I think I'm live. Hello, Zen friends. Welcome, welcome. Happy Saturday to you. Happy weekend. Hope you're enjoying your lovely moments. And so happy to have you here. So thank you so much for joining me. And hello, my Zen friends. Well, before we get into everything, we're going to start off by centering ourselves through a deep breath, and then bringing in the singing bowl to just expand the love energy and put us in a place of receiving messages from spirit. So, if you'd like to join me, we'll start off by breathing in real deep, holding it for as long as feels comfortable for you, and then a slow exhale, which allows us to just focus and come back to this moment, out of the past, out of the rush of the future, out of the chaos of the outside world. Just come back to this moment right here, right now, and then we'll bring in the singing bowl. So if you'd like to join me, let's take a big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful. It just calms us down. Whenever we're stressing out, deep breaths help bring us back to the moment. So, and then we'll hit the singing bowl 3 times. And as I do that, just imagine a big flow of love energy coming down from the heavens, down through us, through our minds and all of our stories and our thoughts into our hearts, into all of our emotions and our feelings, down into our energetic centers, all of our chakras, our meridians in our body, our auras, down into our physical bodies, all of our blood, our cells, our organs, just our entire cells of our human body, and filling up our life and flowing out to the outside world, letting it do whatever it wants to do out there too, to help raise the vibration of the planet. And something we can do to immediately raise our vibration for ourselves, and it helps get us out of fear, out of that lower vibration, is to focus on just one little thing that we're grateful for in this moment. Gratitude is such a powerful energy. It counteracts so much lower vibration. Just one moment of gratitude transforms so much. So if you think of that and just are sincerely grateful to the universe, to creator, whatever you believe your higher power to be, immediately our vibration starts rising up, right? And also puts us in a beautiful place to receive messages from spirit, and also becoming little magnets for the things that we're grateful for, even more so, faster and bigger. We draw that instead of drawing in lower vibration, whatever we're focusing on, right? There's no right or wrong with all that. There's never any judgment. It's just different choices with different experiences, different outcomes. If I want to experience lower vibration, I'll go swim in it. If someone else wants to around me, I let them go do that, and I go do something else. Because I have had enough in my life of lower vibration. I am intending for higher vibration as much as I can for the rest of my life. So, hopefully you guys, are enjoying my sense of humor. I love you. Alright, so let us, begin. I'm not sure how loud this will be, so, mind your ears and your volume as I hit this, because I never know how loud it's gonna be. It varies from moment to moment from each of the ones I hit, so here we go. So, many blessings, remember gratitude. Wow, 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 wow. I know, right? Well said, Deb Deb. Whew, that was a powerful. I could tell when you guys add your love energy in. You even gave me a tear. My goodness. Woo! Powerful love, 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 love. That's just a little tidbit of a drop of the love we feel on the other side. Like, it's amazing. Wow. Okay. Woof, woof, woof. So thank you guys so much for joining me in doing that. Yeah, she didn't want to stop. She just wanted to sing and sing and sing and sing and sing, right? So um I love this beautiful flow of energy. We are in Cancer Moon energy today and through tomorrow, I believe, into the evening. So definitely feel that extra bust of burst, I guess is a better word, of energy. I love that. So thank you guys so much for being here. Hello, hello. If you're new to my channel, welcome. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. Two things we can definitely use in this lifetime as humans. So thanks for being here. There's always room for more Zen friends. It's a safe space. We try to keep it high energy, laughter, love. So I appreciate everyone doing that. And I'm so grateful. I hardly have anyone ever say anything, and I love the energy that we have in our chat and with each other. So thank you guys so much. I don't take it for granted. Sometimes we get used to it, and then a rogue person comes through to remind us. And thankfully, I haven't had that in a while. So thank you. um, what else? What else? Oh, well, if you want to know the whole process, everything's down in the description box of the video. Um, Free readings are generally 1 to 2 cards. Donations do get priority, so when anyone makes a donation, I do honor that, energetic exchange, step out of the free readings, dive deeper, meaning we pull more cards. We get into the tea of things. Um, I just updated my logo to Bread is Zen Tea Factory, and I just, launched my first new little whatever thumbnail that has a teapot with tarot cards flown out. So it's what did I put on there? Spilling the tea with Bretta Z. So that's my little switch up going on. It's more fun, I feel. So welcome for that. But we do dive deeper into those donations. And you also get a fortune cookie of some sort, a little extra oracle card. Sometimes they're bigger, sometimes they're smaller. Um, and that's all included. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat down at the bottom of the chat or in the description box of the video. I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square. So you can donate that way. I don't have any set dollar amounts for donations. I know you give what you can from your heart, and I honor that. And so you can make whatever you want there. At the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing the all the readings with the timestamps. So if you ever need to leave and go live life, I get it. If you ever come back after the stream has ended, you'll see the pinned comment with all that. Just click on that timestamp, takes you right to your reading instead of like needing to listen to a 3, 4, 5, or 6 hour session. So Thursday night I had a 6 hour session. Last night was 5 hours. I know, balance, balance, balance. But right now, we're just enjoying it, the energy. So we're okay. I'm making sure I'm okay. What else? What else about all of that? Oh, in each session, if I haven't reached any free readings by 2.5 hours, then I do step away from donations temporarily to finish at least about 30 minutes of free readings. And then I return back and definitely always finish donations as well. So we do complete those, at least some free readings every session. And then if I'm feeling up to it, I sometimes just finish up all of the donations. I mean, all the free readings too. Sundays, I always do. Sunday mornings, I'm on for about 3 hours or so. And then whatever I don't finish, um, if I if I have enough, sometimes I just finish it out in the morning, but if I have, like, a lot, then I will take a break, go eat, come back, and finish out everything. So we always are Sundays, always, we make sure that you will get a message. But lately, I've been finishing them all off, in each of my sessions just because I love you guys, I just love it. And I'm kinda hooked on spirit, I think. I'm addicted to spirit. So I get a little giddy and, uh through spirit, and especially when you do all these long hour ones. I am feeling kinda high today, and we talk about that. That's funny. Anyway, let's get back on track because obviously I've gone off track. I think that's all that. Yeah, I think that's all that there. We do have giveaways. We just had a full moon giveaway. Deb, congratulations again. One, she's in the house here, Rocky Mountain Deb. So she won the 30-minute personal recorded reading or Hedge of Peace and Love, is what we give away every new and full moon. I might continue that into next year. We'll see. I'm going to be meditating and sitting and focusing on what's the intention for 2026. Every year we get a kind of I don't know, a saying that I do, um, and 2026 is like getting my kicks in 2026, like your joy, your excitement. So maybe we'll see what that brings. But anyway, again, digressing. The new moon drawing coming up on December 19th. The link is in the description box of the video. I just posted it in the chat too. If you haven't listened to that, it'll tell you how you can get into that drawing. And all of my readings, my live and recorded readings, and my Hedge of Peace are all on sale until the at least January 2nd of 2026. We'll see what we do after that. But they're all on sale now. And then also, if you haven't checked out my podcast, The Easier Path, blah, 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 there it is. Here's the most recent one. I'm formulating the next one that will come out next week. It comes out like every 2 weeks right now. And it's fun. They're fun. If you want to learn more about me and my tribulations in my life, I do start off with story time with Bretta Zen, where we talk about something that I've gone through, um, because we've all gone through similar things, just different characters, different scenery. At the core, we all experience a lot of the same things. So when I tell a story, you can kind of resonate with some part of it, I'm sure. And then we talk about with the human perspective, the higher spirit's perspective, and then hints from spirit on how we can make life an easier path instead of a harder one. But I would never want to cheat you from your harder path because God knows I enjoyed learning the hard way, as you will know if you listen to the podcast. But anyway, all that playlist is down in the description box too if you want to check that out. A lot of beautiful tools from spirit. Yeah, I think that's everything that I want to chat blah 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 about. So let's do some shout outs here, and I'll get my little list. I'll let everyone know where we're at, and then we'll get jumping into it, right? So hey, summer moonlight. You are very welcome for your reading yesterday. Thank you for your donation. We'll add you onto the list here for the donations. Appreciate that. See here. This is all my blah, blah, blah stuff. All right, there we go. We have Delcy Joy in the house. Hello, Delcy. Good morning to you. Olivier Vagata. Hello. Sorry. There we go. And we do have Sudeshna Ghosh. Hello, hello. We've got two for you. We have Jojo in between as well. So we've got a little Sudeshna. I don't want to say sandwich. That sounds kind of weird, but we do a JoJo and Sudeshna sandwich. Hello. Let me get you guys on here. And I did have some come through here. It's through Zcash app. And let me see here. Actually, in between all of that, we actually are adding in a little bit of fiery red lettuce, which would be uh, I have it here. Shanji. I was looking for your red hair in the chat here. There you are. Hey. Just want to grab your real or your username here for the little thing here. And then you have times two. All right. Again, I will give the exact order here in a moment as soon as I get all my ducks in a row here. All right. So hello, Olivier. You love the slogan. Thank you. I love that. We got 101 Divine Dispatch. Ooh, I like that. Let's put your need like some angel guidance. We'll put that. If my mouse will work here, we'll add you to the free list here. Hey, you're here. Yeah, you'll be like, I think, number 3, so it won't be too long. So thanks for being here. Good to see you. Sorry, crunching on my cough drop helps me clear out my sinuses this morning. All right, and Patricia in the house. Hey, Patricia. All right. Of course, Deb. I like that. Wah, wah, wah. All right, and then Olivier, I see your free reading here. We'll add that on to Z list here. Give myself some more space here. And we have Salama. Good morning to you. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Welcome. Yeah, laughing is wonderful medicine. Ain't it, Deb? Joy, joy, joy. People used to think I was high because I just had a natural kind of laughter in my life growing up. Just usually when I wasn't crying, I was laughing. So that was good. So hello, hello, everybody. All right. Thank you, Sudeshna. I do have your the email. Yeah. Sometimes YouTube can get picky with certain words. So thanks for your patience with that. I like your workaround where you emailed it to me. So thank you for that. We have that. And then we have Ashish Balkaran. Hello, hello. And Touch O Love. We got Minu. Hello. Good to see you. And Psychedelic Angel. Welcome. You're in the right place. And then Jean XO. Hey, Jean. All right. So I think I've got all of the readings all in a row here. So for donations, we'll start off with Sudeshna, and then we'll jump to Jojo, and then Shanji times 2, then back to Sudeshna, and then to Moonlight. And then free readings, I do have Jean and Psychedelic Angel, Minu, Touch of Love, Ashish Balkaran, Livier, and Patricia, and 101 Divine Dispatch. That's who I think I have right now that I have listed. So hopefully if I missed anyone, go, hey, speak up. But that's where what we have right now. All right. So I think we're set. We're good to go. I'm going to continue to use this. I started using this one last night. The Phantom Wise Tarot. It's a beautiful, yes, it was a Black Friday special. I did order it. I know, cards. I know. Like I need another tarot deck, but it's beautiful. I mean, look, you guys will see plenty of it here in a minute, but I just like the simplicity, the black and white and grays, but and how they interpret it. So I love that. We also have a wonderful white quartz heart that's visiting us. So we'll have them here as well. And we'll talk about other stuff as we get to those. So we will see what we have going on. All right, and Delcy, we'll answer your question there. Oh gosh, a missing wallet. I know. Oh gosh. But I'll add you to the list there. All right. All right. I got my little coffee heater, coffee warmer, mug warmer going on over here. And so I've got my little steam happening. So cheers, everybody. Actually have hot coffee instead of lukewarm and cold because it usually cools off fast. All right. So Sudeshna, you are up. Here's number one for you. Boom, boom, boom. And this is the one that came through the email here. So we'll take a look here. All right. So someone is be stalking you. Ooh, okay. Let's take a look here and find out, is it uh, Mr. T? We'll do that. Or is it someone else? I guess we'll find out. That'll be the answer to that. And then why, right? So uh, they'll tell us who is it and why if it's not Mr. T, of course, with these other cards, but we'll find out what we got here. So is it Mr. T? No, I had the Ace of Swords. That's someone new. That's new energy. So it's not Mr. T. We'll see who this is. The bottom of the deck, you do have the Six of Wands, wow, and the Six of Swords. So definitely there's an energy of like attraction. Um, someone sees you standing out and you can see all these people all these cats are watching the cat. This is you walking across the the stage there. And the Six of Swords is movement, but two sixes together does, of course, tell us this is a path that's important for you to experience. And we'll find out what Spirit wants to know. So, who is this, first of all? Yeah, we have the Queen of Swords. You have the Judgment card here, too. So, I feel like this isn't so much the who as the why, because the Queen of Swords is a balance between head and heart, and the Judgment card is an energy of like your higher self drawing you to see things from a higher perspective. And it's interesting. It's like, well, what would I need to learn from someone kind of stalking me, right? And I get to focus in on myself. It's always a reflection. Everything in the outside world, always a reflection for us, right? So when we get out of the why is this happening to me and we go, why is this happening for me? What is it showing me? I like also asking, what is the gift in this for me? And, two things that pop up. One is, how am I stalking someone else? Whoa, who are you stalking, Sudeshna? Uh-oh. But if that resonates, of course. The other is you know, if I'm experiencing fear, then where's the fear? What am I afraid of? What's bubbling up, what's triggering, what's coming up from the surface? Because that allows me to look at that. Because that's one way they're showing me a fear within me. So if I fear, oh, they're gonna do something to me, or um, you know, what if they do this? What if they do that? Those are fears, right? And we can be like, you know what? We can switch our story, right? And this is the Queen of Swords, balancing our story with our high heart, seeing things from a different perspective, which is, what do they say? Like stalking is one of the biggest compliments. Wow, I'm worthy to be stalked. I never get stalkers. No, I'm just kidding. I don't need them, right? I get stalked by spirit. But it's about changing the energy toward it is what changes our experience of it, right? Depending on what story I choose. Am I choosing a story of fear or a story of higher vibration? As I do the higher vibration and look at what is this showing me, then I'm moving away from to uh, moving from outward and the fear to inward and enlightenment and transformation, right? Let's see. Anything more about who this is? Well, you had this Leo energy. So again, the why here, I don't feel like this is telling you who yet. Because this is like Leo energy, fire sign energy. has a natural draw, and if you're not a fire sign, that's okay. It's just saying that there's this energy that we might have somewhere in our charts. Fire signs, especially Leo, are to be seen to lead. They have natural Aries and Sagittarius too have this natural draw where people just it's like a vampire. You're designed to attract people, and so you do, and when you realize that comes with the it comes with the energy, I'm gonna draw, a bright light draws moths, and it's alright. You just put up a bug zapper. Bzz. No, but, it's like, "Alright, so I understand why it's happening," right? Um, my energy, but instead of me focusing on the lower, if you focus on the higher, it transforms things, right? Yeah, you have the 4 of swords. And this is an energy of letting expectations go and rest in that higher knowledge energy. I feel like they're not telling me who. They're saying it's not Mr. T, but you don't need to know who it is. You just know that this is a character that is in your life in this moment to point you inward. And it's not a permanent mirror. It's not really, they're like, you don't need to know about them because the message has been delivered now that, who are you stalking and being aware of, are you stalking someone else? Are you pursuing someone else, looking at what they're doing? Da, 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 da. This is a good mirror for us to go, yeah, why am I doing that? I don't need that. I'm going to release that because I see the other side of it coming in here too, right? So, I feel like that's the big thing here. We'll see what other thing comes in for your fortune cookie, and and then we will eventually circle back around for your number 2 as well. But I feel like they do want the big fortune cookie for this one, and the fortune cookie we're using for everyone's first reading in each session is your breakthrough is coming, which we like that here. So I like that. It's a wonderful. These are just so powerful of cards. I might even recycle and continue to use them. We'll see. I might have other ones that wanna be, wanna be in the spotlight too. All my children. I've got all these, and there's even some up top. Whoops, sorry, up here on the top shelf, and then over here too, full of oracle and tarot. I know. Anyway, you're starting wiser. Beautiful card there. I might need an intervention, but I swear they all are spirit purchases. Honest. I would not lie. Oh, there it is. Page 150. All right. So the core message is you didn't lose time, you gained experience. So this is gaining experience, I feel, coming in here. And the key themes are renewal, perspective shift, self compassion, growth through delay, wisdom earned, and trusting in timing. The message says you may feel like you're starting over, but you're not starting from scratch. You're starting with insight, with lessons etched in your bones, with clarity you didn't have before. Every detour, every delay, every heartbreak shapes your strength. Every wrong turn refined your direction. This isn't a setback, it's a wiser beginning. So, this card is here to remind you you didn't lose time, you lived. You learned what matters. You discovered what you're made of. Now you get to begin again, but this time with deeper knowing, stronger boundaries, and a heart that's still open. Your past isn't baggage, it's your blueprint. Wow. Your past isn't baggage, it's your blueprint. I love that for all of us. Guidance says if you've been beating yourself up for how long it's taken, comparing your path to others, or grieving the time you lost, this card invites you to shift the lens. What you gained along the way is invaluable. You're not late, you are ready. Let go of the idea that beginnings must be young, fast, or flawless. The truth is, your timing is perfect and your wisdom is the gift. So, this is both for what you were talking a lot about last night, right? But also any situation, it's growth, it's learning as we move through these. Your journaling prompts are: what have I learned from the path that brought me here? How am I better equipped now than I was when I first dreamed of this? And what would change if I viewed this as a wiser beginning, not a late one? A grounding practice is called wisdom inventory. So write a list titled What I Know Now, or now, I added that. What I know now. Include everything your journey has taught you about love, resilience, creativity, purpose, or self worth. Let this list be proof that your growth has been real and your readiness is earned. Wow, I love this book. Your affirmation is: I am not behind, I am becoming. I start again, wiser and more powerful than ever. And there's one more action step, but I love how spirit shows that life is a spiral. It's not a linear. It's we might feel like we're repeating things, but we're at a higher on a higher floor. We keep moving up, keep moving up, keep moving up. Sometimes the view looks the same-ish because it's a glass tower we're walking up, so we see outside, but so it looks the same, and because 'cause we're with ourselves all the time, we don't realize we've gone higher and higher. If we closed our eyes and went up 5 floors and then opened it, we'd be like, "Oh my god, look how far I've come," because, that's why people that come into our lives that haven't seen us in years are like, "Oh my gosh, you've changed," and you're like, "I have?" We don't recognize it because 'cause we're with ourselves every day, but, we do change and it's progress. The action step says, "Release any lingering regret about the timing of your journey. Take one small step forward today from a place of confidence, not comparison. You are not starting over, you are starting stronger." So, I love that message for you. You're starting wiser and stronger. All right. So that's what they have for the first one there, and we'll circle back around for your other one here in a moment. So I'll remove that from over here. All right, there we go. So we say, Dulce, you would not lie, but you definitely would joke. You're not wrong. All right. And we've got Divine Dispatch. And here, oh, you wanted angel guidance. What started your career? So preparing for competitive exam. All right. So I do give one free reading per session. So you ask for an angel guidance, and then you ask for what's in store for your career. I'll give you angel guidance around your career. How's that? uh, so we'll get both. All right, and then Shanji. Okay. Oh, that's one of your questions, Shanji. All right, so I'll come back to that here. And then there's Jojo, your question there. I think that's everything else. All right, so let us continue here. We've got Jojo. Thank you for your donation. Here's your timestamp. All right, very good. You're funny. All right. So let's give Sudeshna, I did not give you a love and a like on your first donation because I was all focused on getting to the email. So Jojo, here is a love and like. Oh, I love the little red teapot. That's right. The tea. Here comes the tea. Hello. Good to see you. Oops, you can't see. Heart. Let's make sure there was nothing else over here. All right. So you want to know, why did I do that to O? Is he hurt or is he relieved? Whoa. TMI. I'm just kidding. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's take a little sip of tea, coffee here real quick. See, look at that steam. I'm easily impressed, obviously. I just love how hot it keeps the coffee. I think it's 176 degrees Fahrenheit is um, the little thingy there. It has 3 settings too. I love it. Oh, I tell you what. I know it can be giddy like a little child, and I don't care. All right. So let's see here. Why did you do that? And how is he impacted by it? Is these here? So we'll take a look here. Do you have the Page of Pentacles? How interesting, that they have this little doggy balancing on the Ace of Pentacles, and it's, like someone training a dog, teaching someone to balance, which is an interesting energy that's coming through, which is not normally what this is. It's creating new opportunities, but there is this, it's like the mirror that it presented for them is helping them see their worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. And I feel like that's kind of this here. What else? Yeah, I got the 2 of Cups, the 9 of Wands. Definitely one side of this too is to there was this instinct that's keeping you blocked away from relationships. It's I think that matches a reading you had yesterday about the little blocking, right? Oh, yeah, right. But it's also teaching them, how to break through this barrier that they have towards relationships too. So it's the duality is to keep you, away from them, because they're not meant for you right now. So you have this instinct within, they pushed a button, brat. But, like I said, it's also helping them get through this repetitive cycle that they're in because they keep hitting their head up against this wall over and over and over and over and to do with relationships, which doesn't have to just be romantic. It can be like in a lot of different areas, but it is helping them again learn this balance and learn a different way of behaving, if that makes sense. Maybe different way of living and interacting with others. Not that it's wrong, it's just, because there is no right or wrong, but this is what their higher self wants to move beyond it. They're like, "I've learned this enough. I'm ready to start being nudged, from the outside world and internally," and so it's a good energy coming in. Um, is he hurt or relieved or what? Right. We got the Hierophant. Wow, learning. That's great to hear. The Hierophant is about their higher self showing them things. So they are being shown by their higher self. So it's not like, what a surprise. They're like, yeah, I know, is probably more the response going, okay, this is showing me something. The card of change with the Hierophant number 5 coming in and below the surface. Yeah, the King of Cups. Again, learning balance between head and heart is below the surface, and the tower. Did you suddenly slap them, zap them with a one of those cattle prods or the little, what do they call those things where you shoot? Bzzz. But it feels like a sudden action really is getting their attention here. But it did, I feel almost it feels like a slap to the face. Um like a wake-up call, not a literal slap to the face, but like, "Whoa, zzz," "Bzz, whoa." What happened here? But I do feel it was a cattle prod in a way of, getting their attention and showing them something that their higher self has been wanting to show them, so I like that. Um, so it feels like it was shocking, it feels, um, I don't wanna say it feels like a mirror, the suddenness of it being up close. kind of comes in there. Um, but I don't feel like they were hurt besides the zap. It's not like deep pain. It was just like, and if someone, you know, gave someone a low uh, amount of frequency of a little zapper that's coming in, right? Yeah. But but it is eye-opening. But I don't feel like there's someone that really gets like they don't allow themselves to be deeply hurt because I feel like they're kind of numb, but it doesn't matter if you get that little zzz. It doesn't matter if you're numb or not. You get shocked. It is a wake-up call, and they keep coming back to that. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's see what else comes in here with the break. Their breakthrough is coming, breaking through that repetitiveness, the cycle here. Let's see what comes in here. This can be for you, them, or all of us, whatever it resonates. Yeah. So success is already in motion. I like that. So there is movement. So this definitely gave him the bzz, bzz, bzz. Let's see what this brings in here too. There we go. 144. So the core message is everything is aligning. Trust the flow. Key themes are momentum, divine timing, alignment, trust, receiving, and a flow state. I like it. You've set things in motion through your intention, your energy, your choices, and now the current is carrying you forward and them forward in their own direction. Even if you can't see the full picture yet, trust that the pieces are moving, the doors are opening, and the universe is already working behind the scenes. So that confirms that it's already been working. They've already been working on this with their higher self. You're just helping shove them along, spirit, because their higher self is asked, "Hey, can you do this?" You're like, "Yeah, I'll do that." Shove. So this card is your confirmation that success is not a distant destination. It's already happening. It's building with every aligned step you've taken. Let go of the need to force or control. Lean into trust. Momentum is on your side. Sometimes the best thing you can do is stop paddling upstream and let the current carry you. And that makes sense. I mean, you're not doing this to try to change them. And if you are, you'll realize that's a waste of energy because you can't change them. You can just act from spirit. It can be the lightning rod. The guidance says if you've been questioning whether it's working, whether it's enough, whether it's coming, this card says yes. Yes, it's unfolding. Yes, you're on the right path. Yes, your efforts are creating ripples of transformation, even if the results aren't fully visible yet. Trust isn't passive, it's powerful. It allows you to stay open, responsive, and connected to the path that's unfolding beneath your feet. Your journaling prompts are where am I resisting flow and trying to force outcomes? What evidence do I already have that things are aligning for me? And how can I lean into trust instead of urgency? There's a flow practice called Let It Happen. Says take 10 minutes today to do nothing but breathe and feel the energy of things working out for you. Visualize your goals aligning, opportunities finding you, and success unfolding with ease. Let your nervous system experience what trust feels like in your body. Your affirmation is my success is already in motion. I release control and trust the path that's unfolding for me. And your final action step says pause the over efforting, focus on what feels aligned, not what feels forced. Take one inspired step today and then let go. Your job is to stay in the flow, not chase the outcome. What's meant for you is already on the way. Wow, I love that. So, success is already in motion. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps bring in some clarity for the situation. And I'm so grateful for your donation. All right. So cheers, everybody. Having another sip of coffee here. All right. Aha. All right. Hey, Faith and Love. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Let's add you onto the free list here and make some more space here. There we go. All right. Good to see you. You are welcome, Jojo. All right. Up next, we do have Sean G in the house. Here is your first timestamp. And then your next one will be up and we'll give you that one as well. I don't think you put questions over here, right? Oh, all right. So they are here. Let's see here. All right. So we've got the two here. So number one is the other night you were watching paranormal stories on YouTube and you felt something pull at the side of your face. Wah! What is something from what was it something from what you were watching? Or if so, do I need to cleanse, right? We'll take a look here. What's wonderful is that, there really are no like evil spirits, right? There's just there's two things around paranormal activity. One is it's our spirit guides screwing with us in a fun way because they are like older brothers and sisters or siblings, really. And so we pick on each other. We always joke with friends, um, so this is what, like my host says, what I'm going to do. If I pass before you, you'll know it's me because I'm going to play with your funny bone over and over and over again. And I was like, don't make me put a salt circle around myself. I will bind you away. So it can be that, right? It can be spirit and things unfolding for us. Because also, like if we want a paranormal or some any kind of experience, if I need aliens or unicorns or um demons or whatever for my story and my adventure, they will bring it from the prop department for us so we can experience it. It's like an improv. Here's the box of props. Oh, look, I need a demon. They're not real, but they're for our adventure. Then the other thing that sometimes when we move from like, a um, from this lifetime and we're passing, we're not done. Like it's not like, well, I have unfinished business, blah, blah, blah. It's more, I'm not ready to stop. I'm not ready to get out of the pool yet. I'm gonna go swim around in the shallow before I get out of the pool, and we'll wander around but we're still in our human lower vibrational energy, so we still have some lower vibrational expressions that we'll do, and that's when with our hauntings and paranormal activity and stuff has to do with that. But we're not powerful um, when we're in that kind of energy. We as humans, um, you know, other entities can't harm us. We're the ones in control of our experience. So, like you say, do I need to do a cleanse? We can put energy bubble around us and keep things out that don't, um, that we don't want in our space. Like whenever I would go to, especially I lived in an old Victorian home converted into apartments, and I lived like in 4 or 5 of those apartments over like 10 or 15 years. I would go away and come back, get in a relationship, end a relationship, go back, keep going back to this place. I love the old quirkiness of it all. Beautiful, course, um, creations of those. But I would always put a bubble around, um, you know, this energy. And, um, and there is this, um, power that we have to cleanse or to just, have our energy out there. And, oh, that's what I was gonna say. It's like, where was I going with this spirit? They're like, "You're gonna tell them about the story." Uh, I had been up in, like, a top floor, and I moved to one that had an outside entrance. There was a few apartments that had outside. Everyone else had to go in and upstairs and all that. And, the owner, we were, friends, by that point, having lived there for off and on for so much, and she was like, "Can I ask a question? It's kinda weird." And she was like she knew my spirituality, and she was like, "Did you ever experience anything weird happening in that apartment up there?" And I'm like, "I didn't, but I had a friend that came over when and they said when they were leaving the apartment, they felt like something was waiting at the front door, and it followed them all the way down till they left out the front door because I wouldn't allow them in my space, so they were waiting outside the front door of my apartment. And she was like, "Oh, because the person that's in there, they're trying to get out of their lease, saying every time they come home, all the drawers and cabinets and dresser drawers are open. They put them all back, and then they come back and they're all open again." And I'm like, "Ooh." So it can happen. But anyway, all that to say, I feel like just some information is good to kind of take some fear away from it for us, not necessarily you, um, Sean. I don't feel like you fear it. I feel like you're like, yeah, I like it. But let's take a look here. Let's see what we got here. Is it from that? And what do they want you to know, or anything else around this? Yeah. So you have on the bottom of the deck, you have the Lovers card here. So I don't feel like it was an entity from the paranormal uh, drawing that tore you. I feel like I do feel like this is someone on the other side that you knew, and that they're basically that's maybe why the story you were telling about someone playing with you know, the elbow, it was one of your loved ones that's on the other side, and they're going, "Woohoo." Uh, Probably a grandparent. "Woo doo baby, 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 baby." Let's see what else. That's the bottom of the deck. Yeah, we have the Knight of Wands. It was your energy that and it's like this belief, this energy that was being activated by you watching that. Your belief of experiencing things in the physical world was heightened, right? Oh, you said in front of your altar when it happened. Well, there you go. So that's them going, "Oh, boo, 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 boo." But it was your energy, this belief of going, because when we start, it's like when our mind and our emotions and our energy and our physical actions are aligned, we can big things can happen. And I feel like that's what was going on because you had it on your mind, you had it in your emotional state was connected with that. Your energy was activated with this full moon energy, and we have Cancer moon. If it was just like, when did you say this was? The other night. So it could have been full moon, right? And then your physical actions being in front of your altar. So I like that. It was like everything was aligned that brought it in here as well. Um, let's see here. What else do they want you to know here? Yeah, there was this 5 of Cups, energy and the Hanged Man, seeing things from a different perspective, but there's also some emotional energy that was going on here to help transform some emotional energy. I don't know if you were a bit like what was brought up while watching those, but I feel like you're someone, a loved one that's on the other side that's part of your spirit team wanted to kind of distract you and get you out of it in a way. That was their intent, but they're like, "Whoa, what did you just do?" That sent me in the other direction. Yeah, we have the 4 of Pentacles. So there's the solid foundation energy. Below that, we got the 7 of Cups, the 8 of Cups. Yeah, so you have this 5, 7, 8 energy that's coming in here. And Yeah, the 6 of cups is what's missing, which is someone from your past coming back. So, it is someone from the other side. And their intention was to help you walk away from emotions that don't serve you, here in that situation. Yeah, the Chariot, your power of choice. I like that. You get to choose, though. You get to choose your stories, your emotions, your energy, your actions. There's no wrong choice. They were just like, yeah, they just wanted to help you return to a higher vibration, but they took that opportunity. They were like, "Yeah, this might freak them out, but it I have it's like the pocket of energy in the moment where you had everything in alignment." They're like, "You'll be able to feel this if I do this." So, I know it's probably gonna freak them out, but boop, you know? That's the kind of energy that's there. So, I love that. So that is what they have for that one here. Let's see here. Do we want I feel here, yeah, they do want the big fortune cookie. Because the for the first one we pull from this deck. For the second one, we pull from a smaller deck that has like a few words on the card. But this one goes deeper. So they feel like this is what they want this one to be for. So your breakthrough is coming deck here. Yeah, action builds confidence. It's almost like someone reaching out to touch the dominoes. Boop. Let's see what happens here. That's just funny. I know it's gonna freak them out, or it can freak them out, but I'd rather them have felt me and having this opportunity. So I love that. The core message is you don't have to feel ready to begin. The key themes are momentum, courage, self trust, confidence through doing, inspired action, readiness. Readiness is a myth. That's funny. The message says confidence doesn't show up before you begin, it meets you in the doing. Every brave step you take becomes proof that you're capable. Waiting to feel ready keeps you stuck. Starting anyway sets you free. Wow. This card reminds you that clarity, confidence, and strength aren't pre-requirements. They're built with each step forward. I love this. You don't need to have all the answers. You just need to move. Action is the antidote to self-doubt. There is magic in momentum. Even a small step taken in faith is a powerful declaration. I believe in myself, is the declaration. Your guidance, you may be holding back, thinking you need more time, more knowledge, or more confidence before you start. But that feeling of hesitation is just fear wearing a mask of logic. Confidence grows as you act, not before. Let go of waiting for the perfect moment. It's not coming. The moment that matters is this one right here, where you choose to move despite the nerves. Wow. Your journaling prompts: where am I waiting to feel ready? And what is that delay costing me? What action would I take today if I trusted that confidence would follow? And what's one thing I've already done that I once felt unprepared for? There's a confidence practice called the Brave Step List. Write down 3 moments in your life when you took action before you felt ready and it worked out. Let that list remind you that you've done this before and you can do it again. Now add one thing to that list today. Your affirmation is I build confidence through action. I don't need to be ready. I just need to begin. And your final action step says choose one thing you've been putting off and do it now. Send the message, sign up, start the draft, take the leap. Let your movement generate the belief that you can. Wow, I love that. That might be a message from the person from the other side, because I feel like it might even be someone that if you ever played dominoes with someone, the one that touched you might be them, if that resonates. That just came flying out of nowhere. So that is for that one. Do your second one here in a sec. Let me just see, what do people say? Summer 27 is not Sue. Swimmer Girl is who I think you're thinking of, Deb. Um, Summer 27 is actually Moonlight. And I know with all these changes to the at IDs has been throwing me off. Um, but no, this is Moonlight, and they're on the other side of the planet. Um, and then you said you've had spirits let you know that they're around with some paranormal activity in your life. Yeah, you feel it. I love that. Thank you, Dusty. I know, really good, right? I love the energy that's going on. So I think that was all that. All right, so let's continue here. So Sean G for number 2. Here is your second timestamp, both of them together, both of your timestamps. Let me get rid of that times 2 off of there for that later. All right. Oh, and thank you, Deb, for your donation. I'll add you to the list here too. Got all into your statement there. All right, so I added you on. So, Sean G, your second one is, how will the conversation go with D? And in the end, will you get what you need? Whoa. I know, but it's not that kind of conversation. I don't think it is. All right. So this card just came flying out of the deck before I even started. So we'll grab that. And then based on current energies, how will the conversation with D go? All right. Got that. We do have that leading to that. And then will you end up with what you feel you need? Because you will always end up with what you need. Sometimes that doesn't match up to what we want, but we'll get clarity on there. Yeah. So the bottom of the deck, you have the 3 of Wands. And the 3 of Wands is about like a change of direction. I feel like with what unfolds here, that you approach it differently and you take a different direction in regards to the situation a little differently. So you're like, this is the way you think it's supposed to be after you meet and as the conversation goes, and other things that happen between now and then, there's also this, okay, I want to go this way with it, with this, whatever that means for you. We'll gather more here. That's just the bottom of the deck. The card that came flying out by itself, of all things, is the 2 of Wands, too. The power of energetic choice. How it unfolds, because this information we're getting is based on current energy, current choices, but with new information and different choices, it can change stuff. So this 2 of Wands energy is basically saying that if you focus in on want and need and any kind of fears or any lower vibration, we actually push things away. If we focus on gratitude for what is and what we enjoy about whatever the situation is about, then we get more of that stuff instead. So it's being aware of that kind of energy. I'm just going to take a quick sip here of coffee. All right. So let's take a look here based on current energies. How will the conversation with D go? We have the High Priestess. There's going to be some, and this makes sense. This High Priestess is one of the things that comes through with her is the revealer of secrets. Information is found out. So during the conversation, like we were talking about, new information comes to you, which makes you want to take things in a different direction than you had first thought you would. Yeah, the 6 of Swords. Leaving behind old ways of thinking, moving into new ways of thinking. And this is movement. Movement of mind brings movement in the outside, which takes you from a choppy waters to a calmer waters. It's more of a movement kind of energy that starts with clarity and change of mind that brings in and moves things along there. Hopefully all that makes sense. We do have the Judgment card. This is the higher self calling you to a different place. I do feel like you're drawn differently, and I kind of feel like that's what's going on there. Even with the High Priestess, you just get this gut feeling, and you're like, "I'm being nudged and drawn in a different direction than I thought I was going to take with them." And because I feel like you're being drawn to something bigger, uh, if that makes sense. You do have the King of Wands. Yeah, you get to decide what you wanna do here. I feel like there is some sorry, I'm falling off my chair. Um, there is this, I get to decide what action I take. It's that energy of clearing the throne room, getting out of the head of all the blah, 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 so that you can go from your heart. What is it that I want? Not what I'm supposed to want or what other people want, blah, blah, blah. But this is my life. This is my kingdom. You're the king in the kingdom with the King of Wands, right? I put the king in kingdom. So I get to decide what it is I want to do. I get to choose the plan and then take action behind it. So I feel like they give you information. I feel like there's revelations of things, but I feel like you end up leaving the situation undecided and I'm gonna get back to you kind of energy because I feel like you're like, I need to sit with this and be okay with sitting with something and say, I'll let you know by the end of today or something like that. Like, well, give me a minute, give me some time here. I have some new information I need to process here, kind of energy. Do you end up with what you need or want, right? You have the 10 of swords. Well, there's a little bit of letting go of some expectations. This is the get out of the head, like we talked about with the King Wangs, get out of the head of the supposed to be, should be, need to be of what the world has told you. And you come in here and you go, what do I need? What do I want in here? Not this thing. This noodle is the one that, you know, the meatloaf in between the ears. It's the troublemaker. Out of fear and expectations. Expectations are opinions rooted in fear of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be. And it's like, does it though? Let me connect with my heart and spirit, right? What else? Yep, the star card. I like that. Dream come true energy, your higher self guiding you with the 5 of cups. Yeah, so there is a change here, and this is emotional choice energy too. So with the star card and the 5 of cups, star card being Aquarius, mental energy, but they're the water bearer. They can contain emotions. And I like the Uranus Aquarius energy with this because it's saying once you get out of your head, it's very Aquarian to go, the old ways don't work anymore. What are my quirky new ways, that I want to do? Trust your quirky new ways. You don't have to do things the old way or fit into anyone's box. I feel like this is how do you want to do this? You don't have to obey rules around it. The old rules are old. They're out of date. You're updating it with new quirky rules for you. Then you have the 7 of Pentacles, which is a change here, which leads to the King of Pentacles. 7 of Pentacles sometimes is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, but there's also this, when the fruit starts to grow, it's like, meh, is that really what I want? Didn't know I wanted a kumquat tree. I really want a avocado tree because I want guacamole, not kumquat salad or whatever. But that leads to the King of Pentacles with this change of fruit going, no, that's not what I want. I want something different. So it does feel here like in that 3 of Wands makes sense here too with all this, that you're changing direction. You're like, that's not going to bring me what I feel like I wanted from it. So I am changing direction. And that's you choosing to go a different direction. So hopefully that makes sense. We'll grab your fortune cookie here. Those are from the Fae Whispers Fairy Oracle. which we'll grab that here in a second. Let me just put these cards back in here. Maybe. Come on. They're little matted finished cards, so they don't move as easily. There we go. All right, so let's take a look here. Yeah, so you got the Fairy Whisper Oracle. What else for Sean here? And got Ancient Runes. Here's the altar you were in front of. Tap, tap. History holds wisdom. Learn from the past. And I like that. We learn from things, but I like that we don't keep doing things. We learn and then we move forward. Very Capricorn energy too. Capricorn energy tends to, they learn from what has worked and what hasn't worked, and then they make changes. But throw on that Aquarius, because I'm Aquarius sun, Capricorn rising, I can totally understand this energy, because it's like my quirky Aquarius hates people trying to control me, but my Capricorn loves structure. But it's my structure it likes, but it doesn't want to do just the old stuff. It gets bored and wants new things. That's the energy that you're experiencing through this. So hopefully that makes sense. But that's what they have for you, Sean. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your multiple donations. Good to see you. All right. So we're circling back around here for Sudeshna for number 2. So here, whoops. Whoa. Mouse went crazy there. There we go. Here is your 2 timestamps here. And let's give that a love and a like here for number 2. And you want to know here the company name? I'll be up for work. So is Sunil going to work for 2 teams, ours and another, or will he be fully removed from your team? Ooh, all right. Yeah. Based on that from last night, right? So cheers to you. Oh, this is so good. I might turn down the heat a little bit. All right. So are they going to... All right. And anything else that you need to know here? I feel like... We'll see what that is here. Whatever's happening with the Knight of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck, it's slow moving here. So it's not going to be like tomorrow, but I feel like it's going to be happening, whatever's unfolding here. We got the Hanged Man and the Page of Cups coming in. Again, there's a little pause. The Page of Cups. There's this, it's like they are going to work for 2 teams temporarily, yours and another, and then he will be fully removed from the team. So I feel like it's slow, like they're gonna move them out, but they don't wanna just go psst. They're like, I feel like they're asking you to kinda step up, and they want them to kinda be there as like a resource because they know what's going on. Because it's almost like you're gonna co-lead a little for a little bit as kind of transition, if that makes sense. It's so that it's not just things don't get dropped and things don't go, they're gonna hand it off, and it's a slow movement that it happens here, but I do feel they will eventually leave completely from the team. Let's see what else these other ones are here. Yeah, you've got this great opportunity, Wheel of Fortune and the Star card. It's your opportunity to shine. Aquarius energy again, but the Wheel of Fortune, this is for you, and it's to set you up for success, not not because they don't trust you and think, oh, you can't do this or whatever. They're like, this is what the best thing to do, because otherwise it's like it keeps them safe, because then things won't fall through the cracks, things won't, um, fail, because of again, things get missed because the other person thinks the other person was doing it and blah 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 kind of thing. It's like it's very very smooth, organized transition. So I like that for you. You got the King of Wands along with the Nine of Swords. Yeah. So below the surface here, this is you're powerful and I feel like this is what they wanted to say, the Nine of Swords, that's the fear, right? The nightmare, like, what if I fail? What if this? What if that? And it's like you're powerful. The King of Wands is what do you want? Do you want to do this? Is this a dream come true? Is this part of your dream to be a lead and to do that? Or you're like, I'd rather not. You get to decide. But don't let fear of failure stop you from doing it. Um, it's if you're like, I don't want to do this, then because it's not something you want to do, not something you fear, then King of Wands is like, tell them, no, I don't want to do this. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. Something else. What is it that you do want? You can tell them that. But if you do want to do it, then, just realize that everything is about growth. Face the fears and don't fear that they expect to be perfect with this being your first time, leading a group or whatever, right? Um, you just set that expectation. I appreciate the opportunity for this growth, and I appreciate any feedback that you can give me for my growth. I'm obviously not going to do it perfectly in the beginning, so I do need this, but I saw that's why I feel like they're moving in that direction, and doing it that way. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. You've got fairy tea party delight. You have a little tea party, little gathering. Join the fairies for a whimsical tea party. Indulge in magical treats and delightful conversation. This kind of goes back here to when they were, mentioning like when you lead, if you lead from a place of love and like it says, treats and delightful conversations, you are a loved ruler. If you roll with an iron fist and a dictator, you get stabbed in the back, right? So they're like, look at it as a coming together and leading and helping people. Like servant leadership is a beautiful thing. That's how I always, when I was a manager and supervisor throughout my decades of customer service and call center and everywhere, people appreciate that so much more if you're like, how can I help you? How do you want to go about this? Not like this needs to be fixed and this is how you're going to do it. No one likes to feel like a child and be spoken to like a child. They'd rather it be collaborative, right? Where it's like, so this is what needs to happen. What are your ideas on how we can do this? Because if you get their ideas, you have their buy-in in it. If you're telling somebody what to do, you have to try really hard to get their buy-in. But if you let their ideas be part of it, then they want it to be successful just like you do. Well, where did that come from? All right, so that channeling my old manager. Blah! All right, so that's what they have for you, Sudeshna. So many blessings to you. All right. All right. So thank you, Delcy. I got your Cash App that came through here too. I'll add you on to the donation list here. So where we're at for donations, we do have Summer up next, Moonlight, and then Rocky Mountain Deb after that, Deb, and then Delcy Joy. You'll be up after that. And then if I don't have any other donations, we will start into free readings at that point. All right. So Moonlight. Grab your timestamp here. If I can type, there we go. All right. Thank you for your donation. Pardon. Let's take another sip here before we dive in. And let's see here. So you'd like to take a deep dive into NN. All right. He shows up at your door, doesn't say anything. That's creepy. Does he look like a zombie? He's after your brains. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. put up a sign, a no soliciting sign on your front door. And that means you. That's funny. All right. So NN's thoughts. Let's look at that first. What's going on there? All right. What about their feelings? Okay. And actions. Yeah, why are they showing up at your door? And what's like their intentions behind these actions here, right? All right. So under on the bottom of the deck, you do have the judgment card here. The judgment card is an energy. I do love this Egyptian energy. I just like that. But there's this. I like this balancing scale here. How they weigh the heart to the feather. But this is the calling and clarity around what is it that I really want to do. Right. Oh, yeah, yeah, I figured. He's not saying anything, like, deep. It's just more small talk and shallow stuff, right? And you're like, that's a good boundary though, right? To go, "I need you to call first, not just stop by in case I have, someone over, I don't want this to be awkward." "What?" Anyway, the judgment card is an energy here of realizing what is it that I want and what I don't want. What is it? Clarity around what is my path. And it's like, are they a part of my path? Do you feel like they're a part of your path? I don't feel like they are. But if you feel like they are, and this is like the weighing of the scales for yourself, going the mind, and I like this that the feather is air energy, which would be swords, right? The air, the mind versus the heart, balancing the heart and the head and going, what's going on here, right? So let's find out what's going on in there. Let's see, was it their head? Was that where we were first here? Let me see. Oh, here we go. So thoughts, yeah, thoughts and then feelings. So we'll take a look here. Yeah, they're trying to gain clarity, trying to see things from a different perspective. And they're in a bit of a holding pattern because they're transformational kind of energy that's coming in with that. And I don't know, it just feels like their mind is on pause regarding like you. And they're just trying to gain clarity, trying to gain more information, gather information. Underneath that, they have the Page of Wands. So there is this them wanting to take action, but I feel like they wanna get to know you more and, understand more about what they want or if they don't want. Um, they're an air sign. Oh, yeah. Oh, fun. So, I feel like they are kinda just like, "Huh, I wanna gather information." They keep on showing me what was this it was an old Short Circuit? Was that an old movie? Where there was a robot and you were all, "Data, data, I need more data," or something like that. That's what they keep showing me in my head, a scene from the movie where they were saying that. It was like a Disney movie or something. "Data, data, I need more data, information, data," and I feel like that's what they're trying to do is gather more information here. Their heart, they've got the 4 of Wands, so they've got this joy and this, kind of energy. I don't know, there's this marriage energy here too. With the 4 of Wands. Let's see what's below the surface here. They got the Knight of Wands, yeah, and Passion is here too, and also the 7 of Pentacles, which is funny. 7 of Pentacles is one of the slowest moving, it's like the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. It's a patience card, but there is this, um like their heart wants to leap forward. Yes, I want to be married to someone. I want love. And I feel like they're in love with the thought of being in a romantic relationship, being married, having that solid kind of relationship, their heart is like, "Yeah," but their mind is like, "Whoa, whoa, wait, we need to simmer down and take it slow," right? I need more information. That's where all that data gathering comes in. No, 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 no. We need to, it's like it's I don't know whether it's like buying stock. It's like you don't want to just go, yeah, that looks good. I want to invest my money in there. And they're like, whoa, you should have g- dove a little deeper and researched that before you did that. That's what their mind is saying. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We need to do more research before we invest. And so do this before we invest emotional energy and take action, right? What are their actions? Yeah, the 10 of swords. Here's all that thinking, the thinking stinking. Um oh yeah. Well, we'll see here about what's behind the actions here too. But the 10 of swords is clarity, expectations, a lot of thinking of supposed to be and should be, need to be and have to be. You're not, you know, are you doing what is you're supposed to do? Am I doing what I'm supposed to do? Can I um, meet those expectations that they feel you have, that are in their head from them growing up? They think you have these expectations, right? And you're like, no, that I didn't grow up where you did and how you did and everything. These are my expectations, right? Everyone has this big thing. If you wanna see my expectations, these are these, though you've been whittling and throwing away some volumes of your expectations. There are still some below the surface as more interactions you have, the more you realize whenever you feel a disappointment, that's an expectation going, "Hi," coming in there. Um but I feel like this is what's keeping them back from taking emotional action, you know? Let's see what's behind these 2 cards are what's behind this visiting kind of thing here. So when you don't answer, then they show up in person. Yeah, we've got this. Here's Cancer moon energy. You had to get it somehow in your reading. You didn't get the moon card, but you got the chariot, which is ruled by the moon. Um, and the 2 of wands, yeah, here's this power of energetic choice that comes in here, and all this choice, 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 choice energy. There I feel like the reason why they're like, the human reason is because they're trying to determine the choice they want, so they do show up to find out, you're not answering, why is there? Because there's someone else. Insecurities. Is there someone else over there? Is there something else that's going on? What's going on, right? And, but I feel like why you're experiencing this is with your energy. Um, so whatever you're focusing on, if you're focusing on expectations and what's not happening, like what are they doing right? What are they doing wrong? Do you have immediate judgments on that? Immediate analysis on what they're doing right and wrong? Well, even showing up at my door, that's not appropriate. That's wrong. It's like, well, it just is, but I don't have to judge it, but I can have my boundaries, right? I can decide what people can do and cannot do in my life, right? That's that whole "let them" theory by Mel Robbins. Is I can't change people. People are going to do what they're going to do, and I can't tell them, to change and be someone different. But I also can have a boundary, and I can decide what I want or not, and say, I really need you to call before you show up if that's what you want. If you're like, "I'm fine with it," then you're fine with it, right? But you can also choose. And again, comes down to the balance between your head and your heart. What is it that I want? What is it that I allow? But I do feel like they are, stuck in their head trying to figure out, um, if they would be rejected or not, and I feel like that's a big piece of that is from their viewpoint, you are a very strong personality. Um, you are forced to be reckoned with. You're not just a damsel in distress and, "Oh, sir," whatever. You're like, um, you don't take people's Cock-a-poo-poo doo-doo. Right. Yeah, exactly. He knows. He should know. So let's see what else Spirit has here with your fortune cookie. So this is the breakthrough is coming. Let's see what's gonna break through, right? It's like, the old Kool-Aid commercial where they, come busting through the wall. "Hey, Kool-Aid." Oh, yeah. You remember that old one? I don't know if you had 'em if that was international, but so your fortune cookie is speak your dreams out loud. So you tell them what you want and what you don't want, right? Well, you tell them what you like and what you don't want, but what's your dream? Have we spoken to them saying, "Well, this is what I want and how I want that to look?" Yeah. So, um, I feel like that's an important energy here about speaking up and saying, "You know what? This is what I want, and if this isn't what you can give, then, let's save us both some time. I'm tired of answering the door." If you're not able to give emotion, then, you know, you need to find a zombie that will love your brain, but I want someone who loves my heart, not my brain, not just my brain. It says, your core message is claim it, feel it, move toward it. Manifestation, these are the key themes: manifestation, intention, empowered expression, confidence, vision, embodiment, and vocal activation. Speak up, right? The message is your dream is not meant to live in silence. It's not meant to stay tucked away in the safety of your thoughts. Speaking it out loud gives it form, breath, and life. It shifts your dream from invisible to inevitable. I like that. Shift our dreams from invisible to inevitable. This card is your permission to name what you want, not someday, but now. Do you like that? When you speak your dreams, you do more than declare them, you activate them. Your words carry energy, frequency, and direction. And the more you speak it, the more real it becomes. So don't wait for the perfect pitch or the right moment. Say it, claim it, let the universe hear your certainty. You don't have to know how it will happen. You just have to be bold enough to say it's yours. Your guidance is if you've been quiet about what you want, whether out of fear, shame, or fear of jinxing it. That's funny. I've never thought of that before, but that's sometimes we're like, I don't want to say it because then that'll ruin it. It's like, nope. This card is a call to change that. Speaking your dream doesn't make you arrogant or naive. It makes you available. Wow. Speaking your dream doesn't make you arrogant or naive. It makes you available. Available for alignment, for momentum, for miracles. Let your words become the first bricks in the foundation you're building. Speak it clearly, speak it often, speak it like it's already on its way. Wow. Your journaling prompts: what is one dream I've been keeping to myself and why? How does it feel in my body when I say this dream out loud with confidence? Hmm. Who or what would I become if I fully claimed this desire? There's a vocal practice that says, say it like you mean it. Find a quiet space, say your dream aloud, starting with, I am ready for dot, 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 or I'm calling in dot, dot, dot. Repeat it until you feel your voice and body align. A bonus is record yourself speaking it with power and play it back as a reminder of what you're claiming. Interesting. I love that for all of us. There you go. That sounds like a plan. It'll scare away the people that can't handle it and draw the people that can. or a pack of wolves, it could do that too. But your affirmation is, "My voice activates my vision. I speak my dreams into motion and move with purpose." Your action step is tell one trusted person your dream today or speak it to yourself in the mirror. Post it, write it, declare it. Let the world feel the energy of your becoming. Because when you speak it, you signal to yourself and the universe that you're ready. Wow. I love that when we keep it inside. So speak your dreams out loud. But I do feel like there is this, yeah, the energy of telling people, like if like with NN, if you're wanting something, then say and be upfront with it. Because if it's something they can't offer, then it saves them time and you time too. That's why it's important. When we first meet someone, I want children and be married and blah blah blah. Whoa, 'cause no use in saying that if we meet someone and we're like, "That's okay, I don't you don't need to know my dream. You don't deserve to hear my dream. You're not, you know, I don't feel that." But then you meet someone like, I think it's important for someone to learn your dream. I love wolves, me too. Too funny. So that's what they have for you, summer, 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 moonlight. So many blessings to you. Enjoy. Hopefully it brings some clarity on what they're doing. But I do feel maybe that's what you wanna do the next time they knock on the door, you open up and go, "My dream is to blah, 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 blah." And they're like, "Alright, I'll see you later." Okay. So we'll continue on here. Many blessings to you. Alright, I think I'm gonna move my hot tea onto my hot plate here, or my cold tea now, and my because my coffee's almost gone, so it's gonna become very hot, bold coffee, right? All right. Let me just take a look here at some time stamps here. All right. All right, there we go. So thank you, Sudeshna, for your additional donation. I'm adding you on there. And then I see Maria P, your donation via the PayPal. So we'll add you to the list there. So hey, hey, hello, hello, Maria. Um, and then let's see here. I do have your free reading. We'll make sure we have that on the list here too. What I did have here, we've got Wendy came in. Hey, Wendy. Thank you. I'll add you to the free list here. And MM, hello, hello. Good to see you. Hope you're having a great weekend. Okay, those were before. There, Maria. All right. All right, and then Delcy, I have that's your donation coming up here in a moment. All right, so where we're at for donations, we have Deb up next, and then Delcy, you'll be up after that, and then Sudeshna, and then Maria P is where we're at for right now. Yes. All right. So Deb, hello, hello. Thank you for your donation. Let's give you your timestamp here. There we go. I'm gonna knock my coffee. I can just tell with how I talk. So let's give your donation a love and a like. Thank you for that. Yep, general for next week, about to start your mentorship. I love it. So let's take a look here and see what they want you to know about next week, and of course, anything about the mentorship too. So what about next week here? That. Yeah, I thought we had and that's going into the weekend there. All right, let's see what we got here. feel like they're gonna give you a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday together, Friday, and then going into the weekend energy for next week. The bottom of the deck, you do have the Devil card, which is Saturn, of course, energy, and this little bit of shaking of long-held beliefs around work. And I like this because underneath it, you do have the Nine of Cups, which is emotional fulfillment and like dreams come true, right? Yeah, it starts the following week. So I feel like there's this just remembering this is a dream and because I feel like, of course, our, Aquarius air will want in some way structure your structure, but it's the I almost feel like it's like, oh, they like a lot of structure. They like doing things a certain way. And it's like, okay, I have to kind of realize this is my dream. This is part of my dream of how I can help people. And so I'm gonna do this. And like just remember it's this is my dream. This is my dream. This is my dream. And I feel like that's a good balance between the two. But being aware of that underlying energy of, you know, some people treat it like work and to be aware of that other a lot of people have l a lot of long-held thoughts and beliefs, and I feel like this is really zeroing in on the membership, not the membership, mentorship, um because I feel like there's a lot of people with some long beliefs of around, what cancer does and what this means and a lot of fears. And so I feel like go in with that, which you know that already, but a reminder to go in with your eyes open and your shield up. Surround yourself with stones, maybe a salt circle. But, I feel like because underneath all of that too, you have the Queen of Wands, which is be aware of the energy, that's kind of bouncing around, in there as that comes in, right? Alright, so let's see here what your week brings in. You have Monday, you have the Eight of Wands, very busy, lot of energy on Monday, a lot of messages from spirit too coming in. But I feel like there's a lot happening on Monday, a lot of activity, it feels like, a lot of so just to balance the energy and to be open to spirit, during that day too, but to slow down, you know, um, moment at a time and, look at it as not so much a bunch of things to get done, but what's the next thing in the next moment? 'Cause it can start to feel overwhelming and you can start to overdo it, which you still need to focus on healing and allowing yourself space, I feel. Tuesday, you have the 5 of Wands, gathering of people. Is that when the conference is or the Zoom call? Because this is about, people beating I'm gonna say a dead dog, but that's a piñata, right? But there is this gathering of people with the 5 of Wands. There can be drama, there can be, you know, be aware of the energy that's in there, and it would be wonderful to experience, like, your ability to change the energy, of the place, not by what you say or don't say. It is Tuesday, yeah. Boom. So, I feel like, because we can't choose how people will feel or act or whatever, but we can make it easier for people to choose higher vibration, lower vibration. So I love if you go in with yourself shielded, see the atmosphere and the energy, then intentionally radiate your love energy out without even saying or typing or whatever anything, right? But just see the difference that you notice in that as well, because I feel like that's an important thing. All right. Then Wednesday, Thursday, you've got the 3 of Cups and the Empress. Are you gonna spend time with your chillins? You got mother energy here of the Empress or mother nurturing yourself. And you have the 3 of Cups, which is your tribe, getting together, joyful celebration kind of energy Wednesday, Thursday, coming in here. Nurturing yourself, focusing on joy, um, and the 3 of Cups again, like the 8 of Wands is, your spirit team that's coming in here, right? So I like this, that's here, for Wednesday, Thursday. Feels very nurturing, very productive, very fulfilling, for you here. A lot of emotional energy on those 2 days, because the Empress rolls over, um, all the queens, and all the queens grant the cups that every queen has behind the scenes in addition to their own suit. So they get 5 parts emotion and 1 part fire, 1 part air, 1 part earth. So a lot of emotional energy coming in, I feel, um, but I like this. It feels like there's people around, especially mother-daughter energy or grandchild energy, but it's very much about your tribe that's present. Maybe not in person, but definitely, big interactions on Wednesday, Thursday with them. Be aware of your emotional energy because it is going to be uh, kind of expanded. You would think it would be like today and tomorrow with the moon in Cancer, but there must be something else going on, because there's this expansion that comes in here, right? Yeah, yes, right? Or at least one of them, or at least talk to them or interact with them. But I feel like that's the big focus on Wednesday and Thursday is them. And then Friday, you have the 10 of Swords, which is the letting go of trying to please people. And it's this ending and beginning energy of mindset and going, I'm tired of trying to be what everyone else wants me to be. I'm going to be me. So there's this nice release on Friday of expectations of on others, on yourself, and going, I like that. So I feel like that's a good kind of ending and culmination of the week. And going into the next weekend, you do have some joy. The Ace of Cups is self love and focus on you filling up and overflowing to the outside world. So I like that. You get your stitches out Friday. Well, very good. So letting go of expectations and just going with what is, right? So perfect. Wow, that's fast. Yeah, so I like all that for you. And we'll see what your fortune cookie brings into here. Let's put these cards back into the deck here. I like putting them in all different places because it's like a little shuffle. So cards all don't keep coming out together. All right. So let's see what your breakthrough is. Let's take another sip here. All right. Yes, a miracle surgery. They're like, huh, that's odd. That's me. That's my middle name. Odd. Spoken from an Aquarian's point of view. So, yes. Dun, 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 dun. Rest, then rise. Look at the lotus. Beautiful, beautiful. So that's a good, like we talked about for your Monday. It's a lot of energy, but just simmer down now. Give yourself a break. I know you feel behind, but you're not. The core message is pause if you need to, but don't quit. The key themes are rest as resilience, burnout recovery, honoring your energy, emotional renewal, sacred pause, and inner restoration. The message is you're allowed to be tired. You're allowed to pause. Slowing down doesn't mean you're giving up. It means you're wise enough to tend to your fire before it burns out. Rest is not a weakness, it's a strategy, a sacred reset. You're doing brave work by growing, healing, creating, and becoming. That kind of transformation takes energy. It's okay if your body or spirit is asking for stillness. Listen, let yourself be refilled, not because you're fragile, but because you're powerful and worthy of care. This card isn't telling you to stop, it's telling you to breathe, to step back, to gather strength. Then, when you're ready, you rise again. Guidance for this card says you may be feeling stretched thin, emotionally fatigued, or unmotivated. Instead of pushing harder, this is a moment to pull inward. There's wisdom in the pause. Trust that you're not losing momentum by resting. You're creating space for clarity, alignment, and inspired action. Give yourself what you need without guilt. The comeback is always stronger when it's rooted in renewal, not exhaustion. Your journaling prompts: what part of me is asking for rest and how can I honor it? What story do I carry about productivity and my worth? How can I rise with more intention after this pause? There we go. You have a self nourishment practice, which is called the permission slip. Write yourself a permission slip. I give myself full permission to rest without shame or fear. Place your hand on your heart and read it out loud. Then choose one restorative act: a nap, silence, a walk, a This is my last word. No! Or a no. I have to get that in there sometime. Trust that rest is an act of devotion to your dream. Wow. Your affirmation: my rest is sacred. I honor my energy. I rise when I'm ready with power and purpose. And your final action step says cancel or reschedule something non essential today. Replace it with an act of nourishment, physical, emotional, or spiritual. Rest isn't retreat, it's preparation. Your rise is coming. Let it be strong. I love that. What'd you say here? You have no problem doing nothing. Yeah, but I know this gets going, right? So we can rest mentally, emotionally, and physically, and energetically. So, I understand, I get it. Sometimes I'm like, "I'm doing nothing," but my mind is going 500 different places. Um, quietly growing into alignment. Yeah, you're getting ready to do that hedge. Yeah, can't wait. Um, yeah, let me know when you wanna start that. You're gonna send me an email, so I'm excited for that too. So spirit knows that we're about to get quiet. Yeah, right? The cards always know. They always know. So that's what they have for you. So many blessings to you, Deb. Deb, thank you again for your donation. And I'm so happy for your miracle surgery. So good, so good. And my host is doing really well. This is an update. We went to her post surgery, her second post surgery on Tuesday, and they said she didn't need to keep the brace on anymore. The bone's healing well in her spine, but they're like, just keep doing the bone stimulator and no bending over and all that. And then she starts physical therapy next Tuesday. So fun, fun, fun. Monday we're going up to Denver to have a horn removed from her head. She's got this bump that's growing here. And there's like nothing bad about it. They just want to remove it. So we're gonna go up there and they're gonna send that out, cut that out. I'm like, are you what is going on with this body? Like, oh, maybe you're supposed to grow horns. Maybe that's part of your evolution. I don't know. Too fun. But so thank you so much, Deb. I look forward to your email. All right. Let me move forward here. There we go. All right. Yeah, removing her horns. Or at least one, I go, "It's not a unicorn, it's on the side." I go, "Where's the other one?" All right. So much left to you, my friend. All right. Up next here, we have Delcy Joy. Thank you so much for your donation over here, which was via the Cash app. So thank you for that. And your question is down here. And thank you, Moonlight, for your additional donation. I've added you onto the donation list. Yeah, she's a Sagittarius. She's a Sagittarius sun, Gemini moon, Aquarius rising. So that's why we can see things similar. She can see things through the lens of an Aquarius. So it's funny. We start saying things the same, and well, I've been living here for 4 years. 4 years. Such a generous, 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 huge-hearted soul. So I love that. Hey, Delcy. Yeah, you're like, let's go. Where is he? Yours was up here. I think it's right here. Oh, no, it was right up here. There it is. Your former employers, friends. Oh, wow. 4,300 for past work. Will you get it back? How to approach it, right? So let's take a look here. So based on current energy, will you get the money back? And so yes or no on that. And then how to approach here. Let's get some advice. Do you want those? Do you want that one? Just this one here. This one here. All right. Let's see what we got here. All right. Well, we do have on the bottom of the deck, we do have the Chariot, which is movement energy. It's kind of represents all 4 knights of action energy. Underneath that, we do have the King of Pentacles, which is about abundance, and there's that money. Um, and so we'll talk about the choice here in a moment, energy, but there is movement. Let's see here. Do you get it back? Well, you've got the expectations equal disappointment here. It feels like in the current energy, if you don't ask for it, I don't feel like you get it. Which you're like, yeah, that's always a tough thing. Asking family or like friends for money, right? Especially if it's owed to you. Um, so let's see what their advice is here because we'll start off with the chariot energy because it's whatever I focus on is what grows and expands, right? So one approach for advice is if I'm focusing on I'm owed, I'm lacking, I'm wanting, I'm fearing, that of course pushes things away. So it's always good to remember that if I want to draw something to me, wanting and desiring and chasing it will just push it away. But sitting in this moment in gratitude for what I do have, and in this case, regarding the friend and the business, what I love about the work I did with them, what I love about them, excuse me as I hiccup, and then that energy draws in higher vibration regarding your energy between you and them. Because otherwise it becomes a gap. It keeps pushing them away. It creates a crater in between instead of going, this is what I love about that, right? And I know we have a fear if I ask them, is that going to impact our friendship or this or that? And they started off as your employer, right? Then you became friends or vice versa. So let's see what else. You got some other advice here. Let's see what else they want you to bring in here. Yeah, the Four of Cups. Yeah, here's that stagnancy energy. It's saying here that if you just leave it, they'll forget it, um, because it's kind of out of sight, out of mind with them. I almost feel they're kind of bringing in like ADD, ADHD, that comes in and Um, so they've got that kind of if it's not in here, then it's gone. It's like they need reminders, it feels like, to keep things present. That's there, right? Um, you also have the 3 of Wands. Yeah, it's about going approaching it in a different way, a different direction here. So you can do it in a couple different ways, I feel like. They're like maybe there's 3 ways to approach it. One is like oh, friends first, also same church, yeah. Um, you can do it non-confrontationally, like where you send them a bill, you know? It's like an invoice, right? And that's kind of the weaselly way out of it, right? I don't have to talk about it, whatever. If I send it to them, then maybe they'll do it, but then you don't know their reaction, you wonder how it impacts them, whatever. Um, the other one is the other way is to, talk to them and say, "Hey, I'm, I just wanted to talk to you about, the $4,300." And it's almost like and this is kind of an ADHD thing too, is you give them 2 choices. "Hey, for that, I just wanna talk to you real quick, for that the $4,300, um, from the work that I did you want to pay that in one lump sum, or did you want to would it be better to split it out into, like, a couple payments? Because I know that's a large amount, maybe, all at once. Which would you prefer?" So it's not a will you do it's giving them an option. Do you want to do this or do this, right? And that's what they need. If you say, "How do you want to do this?" It's like, "Well, I don't know." Well, and that way it's not a you haven't paid me that yet. And what are you going to do? It's just going up and going, knowing that it's owed to you and just, matter of factly, kind of doing it in a loving way, right? Would it be best to do it in one lump, or would you prefer to, if you're okay with it being split out in like 3 payments over, a couple weeks, or, be specific, or would you rather do it like, half this month and half next month, but be specific on timing too. That way you're setting an expectation on when you are expecting it. And they'll be like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I've been so busy," You're like, "That's alright. I just wanted to, talk about it," so I like that. Let's see what else they have here too. Yeah, the 3 of Pentacles. So this is be creative, let your creativity be authentic to yourself. What are your needs? Kind of express it that way. Underneath the surface, you have the Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. This is an abundance energy, which I feel like if you bring that up, you will get it here. But if you don't say anything, I don't feel like you won't. Um, if you're expecting them to remember, I kind of feel like they get kind of forgetful. And if they remember, that's right, I got to do that. And then 500 other things, and then they forget and they keep forgetting, right? So that's a good, I feel like a good approach there. But nurture yourself, and you have the Hanged Man, which is see things from a higher perspective, and that does have to do going back to the energy. Whatever I focus on is what I draw to me. So if I focus in on that, you know, the fears, then I create a conflicting situation. If I go from a place of love and going, all right, creator, even before you go in, go, um, I am grateful for everything that I have and that I have had. And I'm so grateful for their friendship and who they are. So, you know, I'm going to ask them, and I appreciate you sending love and energy ahead of the conversation just to let it go smoothly. So I love that. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here as well with this. Your breakthrough is coming around the situation. All right. This is the one. Yeah, I like it. Show up scared. That's all right. If you fear it, it doesn't matter, do it anyway. Just show up scared. Let's see, where is this one at here? There it is. Yeah. So the core message is courage is doing it afraid. Key themes are bravery, vulnerability, emotional truth, imperfect action, inner strength, growth through discomfort. You're like, yep. So the message says courage isn't about feeling fearless, it's about showing up anyway. With the trembling hands, the racing heart, the self doubt that won't go quiet. You don't have to wait until you're confident, ready, or certain. You just have to move, even if fear comes with you. This card is your reminder that fear doesn't disqualify you. In fact, it often means you're standing at the edge of something important, something real, something meant for your growth. If it didn't matter, you wouldn't feel scared. So let the fear be a sign, not of danger, but of depth. Be scared, be brave, be both, and show up anyway. Your guidance says you might be avoiding something right now because fear is making it feel too big. This card invites you to shift your relationship with fear. Instead of waiting for it to leave, invite it to walk beside you. Let your actions speak louder than your anxiety. Showing up scared doesn't mean you're weak. It means you're brave enough to act without guarantees. It's proof of your strength, not the absence of it. Your journaling prompts are: what am I afraid of right now? And what dream is hidden underneath that fear? What would I do differently if I knew fear was just a sign of expansion? And when have I shown up scared before? And what did it lead to? Right? Growth through discomfort. I love that too. There's a courage practice. It's called Brave and Bear. It says, write down one thing you want to do, but have been avoiding out of fear. We know what that is, right? Then write, I'm allowed to do this afraid. And then take one small step toward it today while honoring the nerves. Let action prove your courage. And the little small step can be, all right, let me go over how I'm gonna say this in my head. So that way it doesn't feel you don't stumble over it when you go up to talk to them, right? You can be like, "Hey, friend, how are you? Da da da. Oh, good, good, good. How are you? I'm doing good, good. I wanted if you have a second, I just want to talk to you just real briefly." And they're like, "Sure, what's going on?" I just wanted to say, the $4,300 that you owe me, um, did you want to pay that like in one lump sum, or would it be better for you if you did it like over two? Again, if this is what you're wanting to do, just repeat it and kinda do it over and over, and then when you go do it, it's gonna feel less uncomfortable because you've already said it, and picture after you say it a couple times to yourself, maybe in a mirror, so you see someone else being there, you can play it over in your head, me being in front of them, me approaching them, and not doing it in front of people so that they're not embarrassed. And, it's like, all right. So say, hey, do you have a second? Can I talk to you just over here? And that way it's, not, they're looking at like everyone's, you're accusing me of being, someone that doesn't pay people in front of other people. It's being aware of that and just doing it in that loving way. Anyway, so blah, blah, blah. Affirmation is I am brave enough to show up scared. My fear is not the end, it's the beginning. And then your last action step says take the step you've been putting off, record the video, apply for the role, start the project, say the words. Let the fear come with you, but don't let it lead. Show up anyway and let your bravery speak for itself. Beautiful. I love that. Show up scared. Yay, beautiful. All right. So that's what they have for you, Delcy. Thank you again for your donation and best of luck with that. All right. Let's see here. Did anyone else come in here? We did those. We did those. All right. And then Sudeshna, I see your free question. I'll add that onto the list here too. Yeah, we're at 2 hours already. Wow. And then Divine, that sounds familiar. Did we already have that up here? Let's see. Any guidance for your career? What's in store for your career? You're preparing for a competitive exam. All right. So angel guidance. We'll just change the angel guidance for my career. And I'll just keep that other one there. All right, so we have you here. I haven't done any free readings yet. Donations do get first priority, but in about 15 minutes, I'm going to step out of donations for a momentito for about 30 minutes to complete as many free readings as I can in about 30 minutes. And then I return back to donations. And then if I have energy and I'm not starving to death, I will finish out the free readings. I'll also be back this evening at 6 p.m. Mountain and then back tomorrow too. All right. You're welcome, Dilsey. All right. So, Sudeshna, thank you for your third donation here. So thank you so much for those. Let's put that timestamp down there. There's all three of them together. And let's give that a love and a like here. So you want to know time frames. When will be completed, moved off the team? What energies are coming for you and how the situation be overall workload, pressure, and other stuff. I get you. Let's highlight that here. Oops, let me finish up my coffee here. It's almost all gone. Oh, that's creamer. Put that way over there. So my hot tea is heating up. All right. So let's we'll do the learning card for the whens based on current energy. When will your team lead transformation be completed and they're moved out of there? When are they going to be out of my hair and out of my business? Let's see here, based on current energies. All right, thank you. Yeah, we have the Four of Cups. And it's like when there's emotional stability coming in here, we've got the 2 to 3 every 2 to 3 days when this is coming in here. It is the moon in Cancer. So I feel like right now we're in the moon in Cancer, so it'll probably be like this time next month, or the month after that. When it has this every 2 to 3 days, they're basically they're not saying it's none of your business, but they are saying that there's so much choice and so many things that could happen in between now and then that they're like, we can't pinpoint the exact day because there can be like really soon and really a lot later with different choices that people can make. So they're like, it's not really, we don't know, but I feel like this, the moon in Cancer energy feels a lot there. We actually have a full moon in Cancer too at the beginning of January. So that could also be, well, that's when the moon would be in Cancer again, duh, but it'll be a full moon. So that could also be the beginning of the year, kind of completion energy. It doesn't have to be, but there's a possibility of it being that soon that they would be completely moved off. And that makes sense. Like, let's prepare because we're making changes in January, companies kind of do that, right? So I feel like that is a possibility there. So sorry. All right. So let's take a look here. What energies are coming for you around that? And how will the situation be overall? What would the workload look like? Where's the pressure? What is the pressure and where's the pressure coming from, right? And anything else. All right. I feel like that is good there. Sorry. Maybe I should drink some of this hot tea. What did I have? Oh, I have chamomile tea today. Nice little calming chamomile. The bottom of the deck around the whole situation, you have the Justice card, a beautiful balancing energy. You learn a lot. You learn to see things from a different perspective, which is so true when you are leading people. If you ever have a lead, if you're ever a coach or a supervisor or a manager, your whole perception of your management changes because when you're a direct report to people and you've never supervised people or did that, you perceive things and go, "Why did they do it this way? Why did they do it that way? Blah, blah, blah. Why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that?" Right? And then you get into the position and you're like, "Oh, I see." It's a different perspective. You gain a lot of clarity. You see a lot of difference of things. So that's interesting. But it is. So it's a good growth experience for you. And in the end, just so you know, the other stuff just so you can maybe listen a little more intently without worrying about outcomes. Yeah, the King of Pentacles, it ends up being a victory. It ends up feeling like fullness and abundance when you get to the end of the project or whatever. You're like, all right, this, I really learned a lot. I feel like this is good. And I feel like you did well. So that's based on current energy too. What we're gonna ask is the overall energy, right? What energies are coming for you regarding this? Yeah, the 2 of Swords. You're learning about the power of the story, right? Um, because you get to choose how you look at things, and you realize you're gonna be like, "Well, this is what this means," and then you're gonna have all these other different opinions that people have. Everyone has a different story about it, and you're like, "Whoa, this is weird," but you learn, and I definitely learned that through managing thousands of people over decades, that no one thinks the same at all. 100 people can see something and have a completely different story about what they experienced, and when you start to learn the power of the story, you also become more open-minded instead of going into situations with, this is the way it is. You learn to, again, it's kind of like asking people their opinions, asking people their perceptions, asking people what they would like to do around something. And you learn a lot because we only can come from a place of our experiences, but if we ask everyone, "What do you guys think?" Everyone has different experiences, different things to offer. "What do you think? What do you think? What do you think?" Let me know. And I feel like that's an important thing to be aware of. Yeah. And then how will the situation be overall for you? Yeah, you got the Hermit. It's lonely at the top. I'm just kidding. The Hermit card, this is spirit guiding you. This is important, and you might feel like, um and that can happen, especially, like, if you're on a team or in a group, and then they ask you to lead, other people are like, "Why didn't they ask me? Who are you?" It does create things where that's why they say it's lonely at the top, because you can't be everyone's friend when you're their leader. You can be friendly, but it's difficult, um, to be it's not tough, but to not, um sometimes you have to discipline, sometimes you have to, you know, bring some hard messages and, uh, you can be friendly, but if you're someone's friend, it's hard, sometimes it's easier. I've had people who were my friends on my teams and stuff before, and I'd be like, I could tell them, "Dude, we need to stop that or this is gonna happen. But from an HR standpoint, they're like, you can't, because they can take that going, they're tougher on me because they're my friend, you know? So they're like, "You have to be aware of that," right? So I feel like that's kind of the hermit energy, but also that you're not in it alone. Spirit is around you. You have a great resource. You have great support around you all the time. So even at times where you might feel like kind of separate from your team because you feel like they're standing up, you have spirit with you too. So just be aware of that going in there. Um, and then your workload, actually, I feel like you end up leaving the company too, because we're talking about overall, I feel like you're out, you know, you leave and you're going somewhere else here eventually. I feel like that's the outcome overall is, "Thanks everybody, it was great, but now I'm gonna go work for this other company or this other position or whatever." So that's interesting. What's the workload look like? Yeah, expectations equal disappointment. I feel like you're, um, you have to kind of look at you're not gonna do everything perfect, and you might as well get used to that right now. You're never gonna be caught up. You're never gonna be completely there's always something new to look at and to, someone saying something, someone, you know, uh, a change that comes in and all that, that there's always something and that you're not gonna do it perfect. You're gonna have what was there some of these messages that have been coming out about you're gonna be productive, but not perfect, and that's alright, because no one can be, and I feel like that's important for you to know is let the expectations go off of you, all that pressure that you put on yourself. Because I feel like your next card was about pressure, it's like this is, like, going into that. The pressure comes from you, not from other people. Your fears of letting someone down, of not performing, what are people gonna think? What are people gonna say? "Oh my god, da da blah, blah," right? So we had this high bar, it's gotta be perfect instead of, "Yeah, you know, oh, you can apologize. Thank you for your patience with that. I will do that right now, and let's see, how can I'll do something to make sure I remember that next time." And you grow from it. It's growth, not judgment, right? And the pressure comes in, yeah, all the different emotions that you'll feel all over the place. And it'll start off in the beginning. It's gonna feel a little confusing. It's like starting a new day of school somewhere, right? Or a new job where you don't know anybody, you don't know anything. That feeling that you get, that's kinda what you'll have because there's new duties, new things, and unknowns, and that unknown makes us feel, "Woo," you know, kinda throws us off. But that's why and they know that, that's why they have them in place with you a little bit as a resource until the 4 of Cups, until you feel emotionally stable, and then that's when it happens. When you feel good, you're like, "Okay, that's when they're, heading off and you're on your own." Which I like, and I feel like that 9 of Pentacles is that energy that you end up, you know, leading on your own. I feel like it was one of those messages too. I think that's it for that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. All right, here we go. So around this situation, you got phase charm. You are charmed. And here's that full moon too, the blood moon. Find enchantment in the everyday. Let your imagination thrive. I like that. Find enchantment every day. So, you know, that's an energy of focusing in on the joy in the moment and not so much about outcomes, 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 because you're out of control of outcomes. You can't control other people as well. And there's a great the book I was telling you about, the Let Them Theory by Mel Robbins, they've got a great, extra section that's online that's about work and working with people. I was gonna say here, I probably shouldn't yeah, I shouldn't, not because they have the link in the book, but you're supposed to buy the book to get the link, and so just to honor the copyrights and all that, there is a great, section on that. I've read, like, half of it. It's a nice chapter, but it tells you how you can interact with people at work. and lead people with at work. So that might be a good one too. So again, another reason to get the book if you're able to. All right. I'm not affiliated with Mel Robbins at all, and I don't get any commissions or anything. It's just a wonderful, wonderful tool. There's also, for those of you that have children, they have a section on children as well. And I know those are fun. Okay. So that is what we have for you. Thank you again for your additional donation. So I thought, oh, licorice tea. Ooh, thank you. I will have to check that out. Appreciate the suggestion and recommendation. All right. Let's see here. So I think all we have for donations, we have Maria P up next, and then we'll circle back around for Moonlight's second donation. So Maria P, you are up. We will also get to your free reading eventually here, most likely. Oh, yeah. I think you'll be the last one here. Well, if I only have one more donation, well, we'll see here. We'll see what we'll do here in a sec. So thank you for your donation via the PayPal. Let us dive over here and we'll see what we got here. All right. Let me stick another quick sip here. All righty. So Wally's thoughts and feelings. Towards you today. There we go. Thoughts, feelings under the surface. So he picked you up today and you went and hung out with in your favorite Target. You met some of your friends. His thoughts, all right. Okay, very good. His thoughts about our chats, updates on the dark side. I told him work makes you stress plus home. He's like, tell me something I don't know. Oh, that's funny. All right. So let's see what we have here. So Wally's thoughts right now, we got the Page of Cups. Yeah, he's thinking happy thoughts, happy, happy thoughts. The Page of Cups here. I feel like a lot of their thinking is about what are all the things that just make me happy, and regarding to you here. And so it's very, I just think they just want to say that I've got happy thoughts today, just happy, happy thoughts. Um, the feelings, yeah, we got the, yeah, I figured they do know the Nine of Pentacles with the full card. They do have that heart going, yeah, I do want to get out on my own. I do want this new beginning, this freedom, the ending of an old cycle, the beginning of this new adventure. I'm ready to be, that Nine of Pentacles is what they get about leaving and having their own home, having their own life, and not, getting out of that dark side situation, right? Um, when you bumped into some of your friends, his thoughts about that, he had the Four of Wands, joy, celebration. Um, Good energy there. So I feel like they were in this kind of joyful mood today, with you and your guys' experience and all that. So I like that there's this, you know, they I feel like stable energy and joyful energy. Nothing like scary going, "Uh-oh," They thought it was fun to meet some of your friends and see you guys interact um and he kind of felt like this. He could picture himself this happening often, going, "Yeah, meeting friends. Interesting." Um, update, see, yeah. Oh, thoughts about the chats was the next one here. Yeah, the Nine of Cups. It's like a dream come true, the Nine of Cups. They like the being able to conversate and chat and talk, and that's one of the things that really drew you guys together when you guys first met was your conversations and this sense of humor you guys have, and so he likes that. He likes the conversations. It's like a dream come true. Fills him up emotionally. And then updates on the dark side. Yeah, 10 of wands. We're getting to this where it feels like a burden and, there is this movement of energy. It's an endings and beginnings energy that's coming in here. So no conversation about that today yet, but, it's interesting. I wonder if they they're like they wanna wait. But it does feel there's definitely endings and beginnings energy there. And you told him, "Work makes you stressed and plus home." And he was like, yeah, the Knight of Swords. Yeah, it is the battling, and the 5 of Pentacles is the lack, the fear of lack and abandonment, not being enough, not having enough. A lot of these fears, this is what creates a lot of the stress is not feeling like I'm not enough, not being enough. And the Knight of Swords is movement here, but it's growth, right? And that's how we learn. We learn through our stress, because when things become stressed enough, then we face the root. That's at the bottom of it, right? That's where roots are, at the bottom of things. It's what's below the surface. Um, so I feel like they know, like I said, "Oh, tell me something I don't know." It brings me stress, but the root of the stress is their fear of not being enough and not having enough, right? We know that already. That's what keeps them, from moving out on their own is they don't have enough to make sure that they leave the situation in a way where they're not, screwing someone else over, financially, um, but that they can leave it in a way and then also have their own, uh, you know, abundance or security. So I like that. But that's theirs, you can't control their stress. You might feel like, "I don't like it when they're stressed, I want them to be happy all the time." Well, that's not growth, that's boredom. That they have stress means they're growing. So maybe if you change your mindset going, "You know what? When they're stressed, that means they're growing, and I'm here to grow, they're here to grow, so they're doing what they need to do." Right? So I like that. Your fortune cookie is progress, not perfection. I love that. I was just talking about that earlier. So progress, not perfection. It's growth. They don't need to be perfect. Just they're progressing and they have less and less stress, right? Let's see here. And this is overall for your guys' relationship, right? Progress, not perfection. So the core message is you're allowed to evolve, not perform. Key themes are growth mindset, self compassion, authentic evolution, letting go of pressure, inner alignment, and worthiness. The message is you are not here to be flawless. You're here to be real, to grow, to stumble, to get back up and to move forward with more truth each time. Perfection is a performance designed to win approval. Perfection is a performance designed to win approval. Progress is a journey rooted in self trust. Wow. Progress is a journey rooted in self trust. What an amazing message. This card reminds you that your worth isn't measured by how polished you appear, but by how deeply you show up for yourself. You don't need to have it all together to be on the right path. You're allowed to be messy, in process, and still wildly powerful. Keep evolving, keep becoming. That's the real magic. Your guidance is if you've been feeling pressure to get everything right or judging yourself for not moving fast enough, this card is your permission to breathe. You're not behind. You're not failing. You're just becoming. Every step, even the imperfect ones, are part of your unfolding. Just apply that all to your relationship, right? Release the need to perform for others or for some imagined ideal. Sorry, let me click on this over here. Release the need to perform for others or for some imagined ideal. Progress is spiral, not a straight line. Your journaling prompts: where am I holding myself to unrealistic standards? Or where am I holding others or the other to unrealistic standards? What would it feel like to value effort and growth over image and outcome? That's a big one. What would it feel like to value the effort and growth over the image and the outcome? So it's something to look at with Wally, right? Value their efforts, value their growth. Don't focus in on what does this look like, and we're not to this outcome yet, right? Again, it goes back to that gratitude for who someone is, not who they're not. What small progress have I made that deserves celebration? Pardon me. You have a compassion practice, which is called the gentle mirror. Stand in front of a mirror and look at yourself as you would a dear friend, and speak these words: I don't need you to be perfect. I just need you to keep showing up. Let your heart receive. Let your body soften. Your affirmation is: I choose progress over perfection. I am allowed to grow in my own way at my own pace. And your action step is: do one thing today that supports your evolution, even if it's messy, unfinished, or uncomfortable. Let it be enough. Let it be sacred. You are already in motion, and that is more than enough. All right. I love that for you. So that's what they have for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. All right. Hey, June. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Take your time on your questions. I'm hitting 2.5 hours, so I'm going to step away from donations for a moment and dive into some free readings for at least 30 minutes. So we will do that. Oh, you love the new logo? And my new what do they call that? The thumbnail? It says, "Spilling the tea with Bretta Z." So, welcome, welcome, good to see you. So we'll be getting, when I return back to donations, I have Moonlight, and then you'll be up next after that, June. We will get to those. But we are going to dive into some free readings as soon as I run over to the little boys' room. I've been on for almost 3 hours. I need to run over there real quick because I drank like a bunch of water this morning and then my coffee. So I'll be right back, and then we'll get into the free readings, and then we'll get back there. So thank you for your patience. I shall return. right. We are back. Make sure I'm not falling off my chair here. All right, all right, all right. So, free readings will go a little faster because we just do 1 to 2 card readings for those. So we will move through them a little more quickly here. So let us dive in. We've got here Jean XO. Hello, hello. I'll be up first here. Boom, boom, boom. And hello, love. So I want to ask what our eyes, feelings, and intentions are towards you. Check the underlying energies as well. All right, so let's take a look here. Feelings. All right, we've got feelings. We've got actions or intentions. And then the bottom of the deck, we do have the Two of Wands. So the Two of Wands energy, back and forth kind of energy, right? The power of choice. It can be a plans card too, where it's like plans within plans within plans, but I kind of feel like with their energy, it's plans always changing, you know. I'm gonna do this. Well, maybe this. Well, maybe that. Well, maybe this. I don't know. Kind of energy. Their feelings towards you here, we do have the World card, which is an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. It's generally a um, card of it's a victory card. It's usually not an ending like a kind of like a death card energy. It's more of a want to go to a different an ending of one cycle, the starting of doing things differently. And so I feel like that's their heart. They do want to do things differently. And I feel like there is this emotional energy of I know we can't keep doing things the way that or I can't keep doing the things the way I am, which means like I'm either either have to kind of move toward or move away because moving toward, I mean, if I don't move toward and I don't take action, it's almost like they're feeling like this is stagnant. We've been sitting here too long. If it sits too much longer, then things start to grow in there, like mosquitoes and whatever, like stagnant water. It's like still stagnant water. It's good for a moment, but then it starts getting bad and it's not good, right? And I feel like that's where they're at with their heart. They know I feel like they feel like that kind of energy. Let's see what their intentions are towards you here. Well, you do have the Lovers card here. So they do have that intention to make an emotional choice here. And Lovers is very much there, but I feel like they're just going back and forth with their energy. And that, and it usually is we have that heart, that wants to do things, and then the mind's like, "Oh, I don't know if we should do that or not. We got to do it perfectly, or I don't want to make a mistake. I don't want to, fail." And so the fear of failure, the fear of rejection is what usually keeps us from moving forward, which is I feel that present with them there. So I kind of feel like that's where they're at right now. What is the spirit telling me here? The thing that you can do, I mean, um, you can't change them, right? You can't make them believe a certain way or think a certain way, um, or act or whatever, but you can create an atmosphere. It's like you can bring weather that makes it easier for people to act, right? We can do that. We can make it easier or harder for people to choose lower vibrational fear or higher vibrational confidence and love energy and movement energy in a positive way, right? So the more we can be this, you know, source of unconditional love and joy and laughter and sincerely, not just let me pretend, but sincerely going, you know what? I'm going to let expectations go. I'm not going to focus on what they're not doing, what they should be doing, how long they're taking, or anything, but I'm going to express gratitude for what I love about what they are doing. That makes the energy people go, wow, you know, it's like if we do something and someone goes, let's say they're reminding me of doing the dishes when I was a teenager. and putting the dishes in the dishwasher. And if I, the first time I did it, if my mom would be, "Oh, no, you didn't do this right. You need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this," um, it would make me not wanna do it again because I failed. I'm not doing it enough. I'm below. But if she would have said, like, "Wow, thank you so much for doing that," and gave me a hug and said, "I appreciate you helping me out. That helps me, so thank you for doing that." And then the cups that are put in with that have a pool of water in it and the stuff that isn't there and that over time, they can be like, something that helps me is, putting the cup this way, and that way it doesn't fill up with water. So that way you don't have to wash it again. And you're like, "Oh, cool. All right, thanks, Thank you for doing all this," but all that, right? And to say, "Hey, if you do this, that it helps too." Just saying, not you need to do this, you did it wrong, right? So it's that kind of energy. It helps us in every area of our life. Not saying that you're doing that, by the way, just saying that, it's a good thing for us all to know. All right. So blah, blah, blah. That's what they have for you, Gene. So many blessings to you. All right. Psychedelic Angel, you are up. Good day to you. Good day. Here we go. And will you be successful in your crypto investments? All right, of course, disclaimer, I'm no financial guru or licensed financial advisor. Description box has the disclaimer in there. Tarot's for fun, entertainment purposes. But we'll take a look here and see what Spirit says here for you for your crypto investments. Based on your current energies, will you be successful? Wow, almost dropped the cards here. Yeah, you definitely there's great possibilities to be successful here. You got the Magician and the 10 of Cups. 10 of Cups is joy, joy, joy overflowing. That's a success card. And the Magician is whatever you focus your energy on is what you manifest. So the possibilities are there for great success. If I again, if I focus in on like what is not happening, like if I focus in on fear of it not doing well or focus in on fear of um just fear of that, but also if I'm like have this it needs to be successful, it must, and I want it to be, and we're pursuing it, we actually end up pushing it away, right? But when we come back to the now and we sit in gratitude for what we do have, if you have other crypto um, that has been successful, when you focus on the gratitude for when those things were successful, the more we sit in gratitude, the more we draw in abundance instead of push it away. So that's where this magician card comes in because the amount and the timing and how big it is depends on our energy, not at the whim of the outside world. We control our experiences. That's what's coming in here with these two. It's funny that if you hear about magicians pulling rabbits out of the hat, well, here's the rabbits. All right. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, psychedelic angel. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Minu, you are up. And you'd like a general reading. Let's see what the spirit have here for you. Okay. Oh, I just put that back in. It came back out. And you got the 10 of Pentacles and the 10 of Cups. Wow, this is a great abundant energy that comes in here. I mean, there's great emotional relationship energy here. 10 of Cups is overflowing emotions. And it shows the, you know, two parent rabbits and children rabbits. 10 of Pentacles normally has a child in it too. But this is about fulfillment and fullness. It's endings and beginnings energy as well, but I feel like you're ready to start into this new area of your life where abundance, physical abundance and emotional abundance are headed your way here. The 10 of wands and the 10 of swords are the ones that are like missing, but I feel like they're below the surface, and where this change is coming from, where this what kind of ushers in this change is letting go of a lot of mindsets, putting a lot of energy and trying to live up to everyone else's expectations. And I feel like there's this coming into this knowing of what is it is that I want from love, like relationship. What is it I want from life? And even what does it mean to be successful? I feel like there's a lot of clarity coming in where you're letting some old mindsets and ways of thinking about those things go, and where the energy where you've been investing and you're rerouting it into things that you believe are the definitions of those things from your inner self, not from opinion and expectations that you glean from the outside world. This feels like deeper inside of yourself. So it's very positive here. I just feel like you're gaining a lot of clarity around what you don't want and what you do want. And you're discovering what it is that was from other people, um, and not from your heart. It's from your mind, all that opinion, and not from here. So that's what they have for you, Minu. Hopefully that helps a little bit. I like that for you, right? Touch of love, you are up. Let's see what here's your timestamp. And can you ask what spirit has for you today about your living situation? Sure. Cheers. Take a sip here. Some nice hot tea. It's all hot now. Yum, yum. So, about your living situation, what do they want you to know today regarding your living situation? All right. Thank you. What else? They want this one here. All right. Yeah. We have here, you got the Three of Swords, which is expectations equal disappointment. And then we have the Page of Swords, which is a heightened clarity that comes in here. It's interesting because, like, your living situation is happening for you. It's on purpose, for a purpose that comes in here. And so when, like, what I feel isn't good, right? That is disappointing, that feels restrictive or binding and blinding and binding, feeling trapped, restricted, small, all that kind of imprisoned energy. There is this purpose for it because it shows you your stories. Because the swords is all about our story, our thoughts, our beliefs, our mindsets, but it's the story we're putting to things. And when we experience disappointment, it's because we expect things should be different and they're not. Then we feel disappointed. Things should be this, it's this, disappointment, right? The Page of Swords is look at things from a higher perspective, from a place of unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace, this higher vibration energy that comes in, right? And by that, I mean, it's understanding going, who says that that's the way it's supposed to be? Like, the one that's popping into my head is they should let people come visit me, whoever I want to come visit me, and they shouldn't, um, treat me like a convict or, put me in solitary confinement. And it's like, well, it's happening for a reason. So what are my fears? What is coming up? Because this is a gift in this. Instead of it being a curse, it's a gift. And what's coming up, right? And so I feel like with the living situation, like it won't change. Your living situation doesn't change until your perception and your story around it changes because it's happening for you. And so you don't go, if you went to another classroom to learn this, you would just go to another classroom that has the same stuff. So it's happening, I feel like with these cards, it's happening for you so you can look at it and I like that, that's what we ask is what gift is in this for me? What am I learning? How am I transforming and growing because of this? Because it's for me. Because the more we resist it, the more longer we're in it. It's like when you're being drug out of a room, it takes longer for you to get drugged through it. Whether if you go with the flow, and head into the storm, then it's like buffalo. I loved an example that I found out about buffalo. Cows will run away from a storm, and then the storm overtakes them, and they're in the storm for longer because 'cause they're running with the storm. Buffalo learned when they see a storm, they run at it because then they go through the storm fast and they get to the other side of it faster. But when we avoid it, it ends up overtaking us and we stay in it longer. When as we face it, we get through it faster. I love that. Right? Hey, touch of love. Welcome, welcome. So that's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. Then we have Ashish Balkaran. You are up at 257 even. Looky there. Oh, and Jean, you're very welcome. Yeah, right. You're like, woohoo. You're so funny. All right. So Ashish, you've been through a lot in life now, and you're trying to become a better version of yourself. And you want to know if you're on the right path. All right, let's take a look here. Boom. All right. Got two major arcana. You have the hope card, the star card, which is about balance. It's about wishing upon a star and really connecting with your higher self. You also have the devil card, two major arcana, like I said. I don't know if I said, but you have two major arcana. And the devil card is about having our cages rattled. Um, Saturn, I don't know if you've ever heard of a Saturn return, but when we're born, of course, all the planets are in one place. And the Saturn return is when Saturn goes all the way around and comes back to the exact sign and degree it was when we were born. Pardon me. And what that does for us is it does bring clarity to our thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, all of the expectations, all of the definitions of things in our life, along a long held thoughts and beliefs, usually from society and family and everything else. And it takes 28 to 29 years for Saturn to go around. And because it's so far out, 3 to 5 years before and after that can impact us. So anywhere, what, 23 to 33? Like that 10-year period is a big one for us where we have a lot of change, where we start questioning everything we've been told. And then the second one, that I just had my second Saturn return this year. You learn from watching other people instead of experiencing a lot yourself. So whatever you don't deal with in your first return, the second one you learn through watching others. And I like that one a lot better than the first one. I'm not sure which one you're on, Ashish. Maybe that was your first one. Just know that that's the worst. The worst is over. The rest of it becomes easier as we question things and we let things go. But there is no wrong path and there is no right path. From spirit's perspective, there's just paths, adventures galore, and a big piece of this Capricorn devil card energy, Saturn energy, is that we learn that we think there's a better or worse version of ourselves. No, there's just different versions. Like if I go down this path, I experience this. I don't like how I feel in that anymore. I'm ready for something different. We change our path to go a different one, but it's an exploration, it's an adventure. There's no right or wrong, just different choices, different experiences, different outcomes. And then when we're ready for a different change, we do it, right? So a big piece of where our conflict comes in our life is that right or wrong, right? They talk about the story of Garden of Eden where, we were in paradise and when they, according to the Bible story, the creator said, um, you know, and I look at it as they said they didn't go, don't eat of that. It was more, hey, just so you know, if you eat of this tree of the knowledge of good and evil, right and wrong, you're gonna lose paradise in here. And it is so true because when we have no expectations and we don't have these stories of something's better or worse, right or wrong, when we have just it's different experiences, different adventures, it is paradise. We don't live in this constant state of fear. But when we have right and wrong, we live in fear. And that's what sucks us into lower vibration. And we draw in all those experiences and this feeling of fear of not being enough, of being abandoned, being left, left behind and, feeling like a failure. Well, that's where this energy comes in here with the star card, which is a card of hope about seeing things from this higher perspective. And even in your darkness, you're a bright light shining back to yourself. This is your higher self connecting with you here and being able to see that things from a different perspective. So, um, I like it. I feel like they're letting you know that you're on the perfect path always. You came down here to experience yourself, and you are every second. So you're doing 100% what you came down here to do, exploring the perfect mountain of who you are. And you're wandering around the mountain. If you're like, oh, all right, well, this was cool, but I want to look somewhere else, then you go do it. But it's stepping out of the judgment of yourself and of your life and embracing it as an adventure. If you're interested, I have a free podcast called The Easier Path, where we dive more deeply into those types of things too, about how to make the path feel like an easier path instead of a harder path. So, if you want to check that out, the playlist is down in the description box of the video. All right. And it's on my main page of my channel too. All right. So that's what they have for you, Ashish. Many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Livier Vagara. You are up. Hello, hello. Happy Saturday to you as well. And here's your timestamp. So you want to know, will you eventually receive positive feedback from the opportunities that you've been doing? All right, let's take a look here. So based on current energies, will you eventually receive positive feedback? All right. I was going to pull another card, but they're just like, this is just, you get one card today. We got the 3 of Wands, which is with new knowledge, you head off in a different direction than you have been here. So it kind of feels like maybe the opportunities that you've been doing and looking into are really not aligned with who you want to be and what you want to experience in this life. And that's why I don't feel like you're getting the fruit, because you're being drawn to go down a different path, a different adventure, something that's more in alignment with your higher self there. And I don't know about this boat here. I don't know if you can see it, but it's an ugly finger there. Got some cuts on it. We want to go a different direction. But this boat feels like travel, a different journey, going somewhere else. I feel like is where you're being drawn to. And I think we got that nudge before. It just feels like when we're in a place that's not meant for us anymore, it starts becoming stagnant. Things start becoming more and more uncomfortable. We don't get the fruit. And so then it's time to go and go to a different, a different way. So I feel like you're going to get some clarity coming in here, because usually with the 3 of Wands, we also get an indication that, new information comes in where we're like, man, I don't want to do this way. I want to go this way. So I do feel like you kind of get that coming into. All right. So that's what they have for you. Many blessings to you, Olivier. Hang in there. Touch of love. Spot on. Yay. Prison. I'm in solitary confinement. Oh, I love that. You're very welcome. Yeah, don't like, whittle down the soap into a knife, right? Don't stab anyone. All right. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Whoa, that's hot on the bottom. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That is, I'm gonna leave it still quite full. Good information. We learn from getting burned. Oh yeah. When that's hot on the bottom, it's gonna be when the plate that it's on is hot, the bottom's gonna be hot too. They will stab themselves. Oh, meaning you're gonna make it look like an accident? All right, let's continue here. So Patricia, before I get myself in trouble, you are up, Patricia. I did respond to your email. Hopefully you received that. Whoa. Okay, well, I almost just deleted everything. Okay. Phew. Thank God for the escape button. So Patricia, I want to know what's coming towards you this week. All right, how are we doing that time here? Okay, thank you. And we have the Queen of Pentacles and the Ace of Cups. Wow, this week is very much a week of nurturing here. Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, focusing on your self love, filling up your own cup. And in making decisions, I just feel like it's really important here to, um, make choices that are for you, not like, well, self-sacrificing and um, well, let everyone else have the everything. If there's anything left over, I get the crumbs. It's like, no, you fill up, you become this chalice, right? You fill up and then overflow. Everyone gets the overflow, not a barrel where you plug in everyone and you send your energy out to everyone else and then you feel exhausted and you're never feeling the fullness. This is about you. The greatest gift you can give the world is a healthy, full, overflowing you instead of them plugging in and they get the bitter, sour water of resentment. Because we will give and give and give until we're exhausted and give and even more till we're resentful. But one little drop of that overflow is like the nectar from the gods. It will, uh, taste so much more because it's from joy and love, not from exhaustion and resentment. So, I like that for you, with that coming up here. It's about choosing for you and nurturing yourself, so I love that. Right, so that's what they have for you, Patricia. Let's see here, how are we doing on time here? Let's see, started at 2:41, that would be. Oh, yeah, we still have, this one. This might be my last one, my last free reading for now, because 'cause I'm hitting 30 minutes, and then I'm gonna go finish the donations, and then I will zip back and finish the remaining free readings, that I have here, um, and I'm gonna do the cutoff here. I've hit 3 hours, so I'm not gonna take any more free readings. I will just complete the ones that I have now once I finish up here. All right, but let me do one more here. So we've got 101 Divine Dispatch. You are up. I love that. So here is your timestamp. What would you say? Lots, lot. No, in the most loving. Oh, they're gonna in the most loving ways. Not am I doing. It's just how it happens to unfold. I know. You're funny. All right. So 101. You have that's right. Angel guidance for your career. What's stored for your career as you're preparing for your competitive exam. All right. Let's take a look here. So, based on your current energies, what's in store for career and guidance here? Yeah, so you have the 10 of Cups energy coming in here, which is joy, 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 joy. And you have the 2 of Wands too, the power of your energy. You kind of have two kind of separate, intermixed messages here because I'm getting with the 10 of Cups, follow your joy, follow your heart. What makes your heart feel full? Are you doing that? That's the guidance from the angels. Career, do something that you love. How do you uniquely want to share this love in your heart with the world in your own special and unique way? Not what you think you're supposed to do because it's responsible and, well, it makes good money and it'll make me have security and blah, blah, blah. When we do that, when we follow these opinions that were given to our mind, we end up feeling like we're existing rather than living. So angel guidance is choose something you love that makes your heart feel full. Follow your heart, follow your passion, because otherwise you're going to just end up existing and eventually give that up anyway and end up going to pursue what you love anyway. The 2 of Wands is more so about everything else, when it comes to how things unfold in our life is our choice. The two of wands is part of the little myriad of choices that we make every moment, our power of choice, our free will, where I choose the story about what anything means in the outside world to me. So I determine what success means. We get a lot of opinion from the outside world that we go, oh, this must be what success means. That's just a suggestion. That's just opinion. Doesn't mean it's the one you have to choose. You get to choose. Also, emotions, our physical actions, we choose all that. And then two of wands, our energy. What do I focus my energy on? Am I focusing in on gratitude for what is and how things are going? Am I focusing on fear or lack or need? If I'm focusing on need and want energy, that's lack energy. And I push things away rather than invite things in through gratitude of what I love in this moment and what I love that I have had. We're not focused on outcomes. We're focusing on what's going on in the moment now. So I feel like you have a lot of possibilities of happiness and joy with the combination of these two cards if we choose that. But also if we're like focusing on what's not happening, I get more not happening. If I focus on what sucks about something, we get more of that. But when I focus on what I love, I like the example from Spirit that gave me to help me understand it, which is going into a donut shop. If I point at all the donuts that I love, I get a box full of donuts I love. If I point out all the donuts I hate, the baker loads up all the donuts that I hate because all they're doing is going, what is your energy telling me? And they're 100% supportive and backing up what my energy is wanting. If I want success, they're like, you want success? Great. I'm there. Here's success. I want failure. I want this. I want that. Great. I'm right behind you. We'll give you that. So they always do that. So that is what they have for you, Divine Dispatch. Hopefully that helps a little bit. And that's what they got. Right. So many blessings to you. All right. So that's going to be it for the free readings for now. I'm going to go back to completing donations. And then when I'm done with that, I'll see how many. I feel like I'll finish out the free readings. And we will see here. All right, Jarita. Hey, welcome. I'll throw you on to the last one. I had already closed off free readings, any additional ones, but I'll throw you on the end. Since you're only just like 15 minutes past my 3-hour cutoff mark, but we'll get you in there. So welcome. It'll be a little bit because I'm going back to finish up donations, which let me give you an update, everybody, where we're at on those. Since I have another one from Jojo, thank you so much for that. We'll add you onto the list here. And I did those. Make sure no one else was in here. Yep. Okay, we're good. So I'll be completing Summer or Moonlight. Then June, we'll do 2 for you. And then Johanna. Those are the donations I currently have. And then once I'm done with those, I just have like a handful. I've got like 7 free readings, so I'll complete those out when I'm done too. But I'm going to cut off the free readings because I do need to eat at some point and prepare for my evening session. I'll be back at 6 p.m., which is less than 4 hours away. So I'll be back for that evening session. And then tomorrow as well at 11 a.m. Mountain. I shall return. All right. So let's jump in here. So summer, Moonlight. Here is your second one. So thanks for your additional donation. And that's a little happy dance. Yeah, let's see here. So did your mom appreciate you visiting the other day? Did she invite you for Christmas because of your dad's health? Is he getting better? Does he need more of your support? And why did your Christmas guest invite himself? Oh. Well. Let's find out here. What's going on? Let's take another sip here. All right. Oops. There we go. All right. So, did your mom appreciate you visiting the other day? So, let's see from your mom's standpoint here. I feel like this is that. And then, did she invite you for Christmas because of your dad's health? Is he getting better? Put that under there. Um, does he need more of your support? Okay. Got extra cards on that one. And then why did your Christmas guest invite himself? All right. And what's the reason below the surface here? What's this? Oh, okay. The card, the only card that um showed itself as that one. So I'm gonna start off there. Why did the Christmas guest invite himself? Got the 5 of Wands. They wanted to be um around a group of people for the holiday. The 5 of Wands is normally because normally where they go, it's not very happy. It's conflicting and whatever, so they can't go be with their family, so they kind of wanna be with, you know, um, in a situation where it's less conflicting when with than what they're used to. So I like that, and I like that too, because they feel like when they beat the piñata, that there is some reward that comes out of here too. Below the surface, we have the 7 of Pentacles, which is a change, and I feel like this is a change of being where they were before. Because 7 of Pentacles is, I don't like the fruit of what where I normally go, and the 5 of Wands, is an energy of change. The number 5 is an energy of change too. A change of environment, a change of energies kind of with that too. And I don't know if they think I don't know why there's this prize and present energy here, like, um, I think the gifts will be good there. Or like the fruit, the benefits will be good there, whether it's mentally, emotionally, physically, energetically. I feel like they're just like, "This is a good place to be." Well, that speaks highly of what they think will that they're heading into, right? Right? How fun. So, interesting. Alright, so that's the one that popped up, and then let's see that. So did your mom appreciate you visiting the other day? We have the Devil card here. There's Capricorn energy. I feel like expectations were met. That's what I kinda feel like with this energy. It's very mental about, "This is a supposed to." Supposed to invite you and you're supposed to show up, and so expectations were done. That's what I feel like they're coming from. Just very much, this is what is supposed to happen, and it did, so check, check, good job. I wouldn't say appreciation is that's a strong word for her. I feel like it's more, "I did what I should do, you did what you should do, fist bump, good job, let's go," but not like, "Oh, I appreciate you that you came." I feel like it's just expectations being met, kind of energy. Did she invite you because of your dad's health? We have the moon, mother moon energy. Here's you're yeah. Of course, we have to get a moon card somehow in every one of your readings lately. Um, I don't feel like she invited you because of your dad's health. This feels like more from the moon energy that something triggered in them to invite you. Just like there's this supposed to be energy because it was a Gemini moon, this Capricorn thinking energy. I feel like it just triggered this I should invite you kind of energy. It doesn't even feel like there was like a is this for Christmas you said? For Christmas. Um sorry, the energy that was coming in was um, for you, for this last one, for visiting the other day. That's that one coming in there. I was still in that energy. I just realized that because they were like, "That's not for Christmas. That's for this last visit," kind of energy. Um, I feel like they were like expectations met. That's the kind of energy that came in. But for Christmas, I still don't feel like it's because of your father's health. This is because of what you bring, because of who you are, because of the emotion that you bring. And I feel like it's because of that nurturing energy that you bring coming in here. Is your father's health getting better? We have the Tower card. I don't. I don't feel like it's getting better. I feel like there's sudden changes that happens. It's like it starts getting better and then there's a sudden drop or sudden change and then they get better and then there's a sudden change again. So I just feel like it's almost like the clock tower of it circling feels like it's repeats. It keeps repeating. It keeps, um, every day. But I do feel like that, I'm not a medical doctor, of course, disclaimer made, check, check. Um, but it does feel like there's some sudden changes and I don't feel like that's the reason why she invited you, but with your father's health, I feel like it is not heading in a better direction. I feel like it's heading in the opposite direction with that coming in here. Um, does he need your support? We have the Hierophant energy, which is this. It's a card of change with the number five coming in here. It's about seeing things from a different perspective. And I feel like this is more, again, with this moon energy is really coming in here, is that they just need your love, kind of support energy coming in here. Below the surface, we do have the Knight of Pentacles and the Queen of Pentacles. So here's that Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy. And they just want you to continue to give the love that you do. Because the Knight of Pentacles is the slow moving knight. And I just feel like they just want you to continue to give that love that you've been giving them that's coming in here. Right? Always the moon. So, that's what I feel coming in here. So I feel like um, it's like your mom invited you to be more of that support because when you go, you always, help with everything and you make it easy because um, you organize things, you get things going, you clean up things. I mean, you really support a lot when you go. Um, it's just how you are, right? So they're like, yeah, it's good to have you here in so many ways. Yeah, yeah. And that's how he feels, right? See what your fortune cookie brings in here too. You got the hidden glade. It's a beautiful little energy. It says, seek quiet refuge, find peace in the stillness of nature. So, this is important to nurture yourself too, of course. You deserve that nurturing out of anyone. So, of course, you fill up and then you give overflow to others. Because of course we will go into that overgiving where we start giving away to everyone else and then we become exhausted because we're giving to everyone else first. It's important. And this will be a great time because you've learned so much this year when you go um and hang out there that during Christmas, it'll be like, yeah, I'm going to stay full and I'm going to let people have the overflow. I'm not going to exhaust myself trying to make it right for everyone else. I'm going to be a beacon of love. So I like that. All right, so that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your additional donation. Many blessings to you. Hey, Tim Tim, good to see you. Hello, hello. Happy Saturday to you. Good to see you. All right. So, June, you are up times two. So, here's your first one coming in here. You're very welcome, Moonlight. So thank you for your dual donations with the popcorns, popcorn stickers. And I'm glad you love the logo. I was like, oh my gosh, it's time for that. I feel like I'm going to also do one called the Third Eye, Private Eye for later, probably next year. But I feel like right now I'm in that spill in the tea energy. So I like that. And that's exactly what we have today. You said you heard a rumor that S has been talking to their ex K. S's parents are close to K despite their breakup. Is this true? And does pressure cooker Pino also, will their conversation lead to anything? Ooh, yeah, we are talking about the tea. In fact, cheers, my friend. I actually have tea in this one today. All right. So, is this true that S has been talking to their ex K? Okay, thank you. And then, if this is true, does pressure cooker P know? Okay. And will their conversation or conversations lead to anything? So, do you want that one? This one? This one? Not that one. All right. What do we have going on here? Let me just move these over. Bottom of the deck, we do have the 10 of cups that's coming in here. There's this joy energy, this rabbits energy. All these rabbits. What? Oh. Underneath that, we do have the ace of cups too. So there is this energy of love in the air. Can be self-love, can be emotion, joy, energy too. But we'll of course dive deeper and find out what is this, right? So, are they truly, is the rumor true? Are they talking to them? We've got the 5 of wands, which is a group area, like a gathering of people, and the page of pentacles. I I feel like this particular energy is that they've been talking to them in a group, like, around people, like, "Oh, they're there. Wow, what do you know? They're visiting because they're hanging out with their parents," right, or whatever, because they're still close to them. "Oh, they happen to be there at their house. Oh, what a coincidence," you know? How can that be? But I feel like that's a lot of what has been happening, and let's see what's below the surface here. Yeah. It feels here, I mean, we've got the moon card and then the 4 of pentacles. The 4 of pentacles feels like it's like mother's house. Mother moon, the house, 4 of pentacles energy. So it feels like that it's been more of that. Doesn't feel so much like a lot of away from a group kind of energy, but I do feel like there's been conversations going on here. But I feel like it's in the house, not like on the phone or anything outside of that. I just feel like it's been as they've been, um, the parents or gatherings like that, like they happen to be there when they're talking to their mom or to their parents and that type of thing. They just kind of show up or it's planned by parents. I kind of get that with the Page of Pentacles. Parents trying to create opportunities. Maybe if we throw them in the way, they'll leave the other one because we like this one. Sorry, let me grab a cough drop here. We've been having hot and cold, snow and dry weather. So got a little scratchy throat. All right. So we'll see here. Does pressure cooker Pinot got the Knight of Wands, which is a bit of fiery energy. I do feel that they know of some of it, because when I feel like when P goes with S that they do occasionally K shows up there, and they don't like it. Of course. Kind of energy that's coming in there, right? Um, so we'll take a look here. Planned would be more like it. Yeah. So, we definitely have, this, awareness of those few times, but they don't know when if they weren't there, they don't know it happened, is what I'm getting here. We'll see where the conversations lead in here too. Hey, Faith and Love. No, I haven't gotten to yours yet. When I return to free readings, you'll be number 2 once I return back to free readings for the second go round. All right. So does this lead anywhere? Let's take a look here. We've got the 9 of Cups. Wow. A lot of emotional happiness and dreams come true. The 6 of Swords. Movement energy, leaving choppy waters going to calmer waters. There is movement. We got the 7 of Cups. There's a lot of different uh, emotions that are felt with all this too. So it does change some mindsets. It does cause some movement. Let's see what's below the surface here that comes in here too. Yeah, and definitely I get it, because that's what I was feeling. Was like they make me look bad. Like, yep. In a lot of ways, they feel. You know, that's interesting. So below, we've got the 9 of Pentacles, which is being alone, and the Magician with possibilities. So I do feel like nothing until there's separation, until they're on their own. Then the Magician has possibilities of things unfolding, but it doesn't feel here until um, that. And I feel like that's S. They're like, no, I'm not gonna uh, pursue anything, let anything happen until I'm off on my own, because I do not want to be that person anymore. Yeah, we have the 4 of Swords. And the Hierophant. There is about this seeing things differently from different perspectives, which is interesting because I feel like, you know, if they had met, this is interesting. So, if they would have met, let me see, I gotta get all the initials correct. If they would have met P first and then K afterwards, they would still be with K, because when they met K, they didn't realize what an amazing good thing it was, and they would have, um but now that they've had contrast, now they would be like, "Wow," That's the whole thing. That's like when we have some sucky relationships in our life, when we meet other people where we took things for granted and we realize that's not normal that they give that. Wow, So I do feel like there's that energy here of reflection and learning and growing that has been on here. Oh, yeah, okay. So I feel like they're like, yeah, I would have acted different. I would still be with them. And so I feel like there is a potential of things to definitely go that way with that comparison of they've both changed, everyone's changed, they're not exactly as they were before either, but there's been an evolution and there will be more appreciation and for things. Um, they're reminding me of like we can take things for granted. Like I live in Colorado Springs at the bottom of Pikes Peak. It's a beautiful, beautiful mountain. Like we got snow on there. It's so beautiful. It's the Purple Mountains Majesty from the song. Like this time of year, they're purple, and you're just like, wow, there's purple and snow on them, and you see them every day. After a while, you're just like, yeah, they're there, they're beautiful. Yep, yep, and then you move away. Like when I lived in Texas and well, other places, everywhere else I lived wasn't near these huge the mountains the Rocky Mountains here. And then you return and you're just like, oh, wow, look at that. There's just that, but there's always that you get used to it again very easy. But I do feel like there is something. There is possibilities of it coming in there, but right now they're kind of uh, the next kind of focus. Instead of looking at the entire journey, they're looking at what's my next point? What's my next, you know, what's the next big city I'm going to hit on my trip across the United States, right? Not the final destination, but what's next? Next is getting to where I'm alone again. And then then we'll see what happens. That's the kind of energy with the magician. There's a lot of decisions to be made yet, but I feel like now they're not looking at doing anything in that direction yet. So let's see what the fortune cookie comes in here too. This is the breakthrough is coming. It says your breakthrough, but this will be focused on their breakthrough that's coming in right here. Oh, yeah, we'll see what the second reading is here in a sec. I haven't seen your question yet. All right. Wow. Yeah. So this is like S's message, right? Choose yourself, which is the energy of I don't want to jump from one. I gotta have a time of me being me and finding out who I am, clear of all this dust and fog, and then we'll see what happens here. Let's see what this brings in. These are some pretty powerful cards. These here. Okay, page 108. Oh, okay. So the core message is choose yourself. For every time you do, you rise. The key themes are self worth, empowered choice, boundaries, inner alignment, self trust, and radical self love. So that, uh, those energies that we had about, didn't we have the Ace of Cups? I already put all the cards away. Was it 10 of Cups and Ace of Cups? No, that would have been another reading. But they're showing me that in my head. The joy of self love. The message said every moment you choose yourself, your needs, your dreams, your truth, you rise a little higher. You reclaim a little more of your power. Choosing yourself isn't selfish, it's essential because no one else can live your life, speak your truth, or carry your vision but you. This card is a reminder that your own approval is the only one you truly need. Stop waiting for someone else to say you're worthy. Say it to yourself. Choose you in the quiet moments, in the big decisions, in the way you talk to yourself when no one's listening. Self honoring choices build an unstoppable life. The guidance says you may be feeling torn between what others expect of you and what you know in your gut you need. This card invites you to come home to yourself, to check in, not check out. to listen inward before you look outward. So this is that period of time they're looking for before they do anything else. The more often you choose yourself without guilt, without apology, the more magnetic and aligned your life becomes. Choosing yourself is an act of courage, and it always leads you back to truth. Journaling prompts: where in my life am I abandoning myself to make others comfortable? What would it look like to choose myself in one small way today? And how do I feel when I honor my truth, even if it's inconvenient? Wow, I love that. There's an empowerment practice, a mirror moment. Stand in front of a mirror, look yourself in the eyes, and say, I choose you. I believe in you. I'm with you. And let the words settle. Let them sink in. Let them become a vow you live by. Wow. Affirmation is I choose myself, my truth, my needs, my joy. And every time I do, I rise. And the final action step, it says make one decision today that prioritizes you. Could be setting a boundary, carving out time for your passion, saying, wow, that's a loud one, or saying yes. Each act of self devotion adds to your power. Choose yourself and watch everything shift. Wow. That will take us into the second reading, right? Because that is, I'm choosing myself. So, boom, boom, boom. Right. That's it for number one. We'll head to number two here. Hey, Kazi. Hello from South Africa. Good to see you. Very interesting. You love the mountains. Yeah, they are beautiful, aren't they? Faith and love. All right, Kazi. We'll take a look here. We'll see how many free readings I get to here. I'm finishing up some donations here, and then I'm going to head back into the free readings. I just have a couple of handfuls, so we'll get you on the list here too, since you're on the other side of the world. Wow. All right, so that was for the first one there, June. For the number two, let's grab you your second timestamp here. Whoops, try that again. There we go. Let me just remove this little two out of here for my little post-game pinned comment. All right. Now I'm curious here. Oh, and I'm so sorry. Sanja, hello. Didn't see you come in here. I see your donation. I don't see a question yet. So pop that out there at your convenience here. We have just one more after. We've got JoJo, and then to you after I finish June's here. I don't think I see a question. No, I don't. All right. So thank you for the second popcorn. So the popcorn has been popping. Both S and P have been saying things about each other. Yay. So reading on S and pressure cooker P for December, beginning and end of January and beginning and end of February, right? Cheers to the popcorn. Yeah, let me take a quick sip here. Yeah. Cheers, cheers. Oh my goodness. Yeah. All right, here we go. So for December, what is the energies that we can know about here? All right. And then beginning of January, right? Beginning and end of January. I do want these ones for the end. And then the beginning and end of February. beginning and end. It's almost like February kind of feels like it's really intertwined together. All right, we'll see what this is about. So let's scroll down here. So I can see your comments. Bottom of the deck, we have the Two of Pentacles. Doot, 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 doot. It's gonna be a little poodle circus going on. It's interesting. The Two of Pentacles, I got um going our separate ways with these two that are going here, right? Um, so there is this, you know, two separate lives kind of energy that's coming in with this Two of Pentacles. It's funny because one feels walked on, one feels lifted up. I'll give you a guess on who is who. Toot, 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 toot. Great. Thank you, Sanja. I do see your question there. So thank you for posting that. It did appear here now. All right. So let us see here. uh, what's in the out of the three ring circus? What's in ring number one? This is December's energy, right? Physical. Being pentacles is the physical world. It's like living two different lives kind of energy is below here. And I feel like they're living more and more physically different lives um, as it progresses here. But that's the underlying energy that's kind of snaking below the surface here. But someone does feel walked on, um, which is interesting that P is feeling that way and S is feeling uplifted. So December, we've got the High Priestess, so there is a bit of alone time happening here because the High Priestess does go up into the High Priestess temple to see things more clearly. So it does feel like there is some this. And the Nine of Wands, here's that wall energy coming in here. A lot of feelings, and I feel like this feels like very emotional energy for December. It feels like there's this emotional block. It feels like there's this kind of feeling distant, feeling pulled back, mirroring, reflecting a lot of that energy. And I feel like it's both. S, very much so. P, I'm going to say unwillingly, but it's too bad. They are uh, stuck in it. It's like when you're left alone to think, you do nothing but think. And I feel like I don't know if there's a lot of travel, a lot of visiting, a lot of being involved in other things, a um, lot of activity. It feels like that creates this feeling of being alone, both emotionally, but I feel like there's some physical distance in December, but it's because of work and parties and friends and family and different things like that I can't go to everything and so there's a lot more doing things independently in December than normal, which is bringing that energy in. Interesting. Beginning of January, we didn't have December, right? Let me just make sure I'm doing it all right here. Yeah, December and then beginning of okay, yeah, I'm doing right. Okay. So beginning of January, we've got the Knight of Swords. A lot of clarity coming in January. I'm feeling like a lot of movement of communication. A lot of rumors are flying. Interesting. Let's see what this is about. The King of Cups, balance of head and heart, and the King of Pentacles too. Wow. There's a lot of solid energy coming in, and I feel like this is more S's energy. Even though I'm looking at the S and Ps together, S's is really shining in the beginning of January because that King of Cups is this feeling of, the heart being balanced with the head, and the King of Pentacles is a solid foundation, physically in the physical world too. So a lot of abundance, a lot of balanced emotional energy, and a lot of clarity coming in. Things become more clear. And what do they mean by that? They mean it becomes more obvious that my successes are mine and not yours with this energy. And I'm solid. I am me kind of energy. And again, and I feel like emotionally, energetically, mentally, there's a lot of separation that's happening. But because it doesn't feel like it's in like the physical world, but it's like non-tangible things are becoming separate. It's like, well, I open this business account under my name, kind of things, and this is my business, this is my business's income. This isn't my personal income. This is not something that's shared. This is my business's. And it's like, and this is none of your business. So it feels like there's this kind of energy going on here. Okay, we got the tea cards. Look, spill some tea here. So we'll take a look here and see. Because I feel like all of this beginning energy is all about S and what they're doing, and of course it's impacting P because they're feeling like, why do you get to be the ball on top? Why do I have to be the ball on the bottom? That's that kind of energy that's coming in. So let's take a look here. Because this is going to be the T on P. The TP. All right. I feel like we've got like 3 here. Let's see what's going on with them here. Hmm. We've got silent understanding, which it says unspoken understanding creates a deep connection. But what I feel with this is what P is going, well, I'm going to be understanding because I'm supporting you. This is how I'm supporting you by staying silent, allowing you to have your time. And I feel like that's momentary in the beginning of January. This is what's going on in here. All right, you can be the top ball. I'll be the bottom ball for now. I'm being supportive. So in there, it's almost like that's how since I don't feel like S is allowing them to feel part of the success of that King of Pentacles, they have to, in their own mind, say, well, I'm supporting that, so that's part of my victory too. I feel like that's what's kind of going on, right? We have unexpected news will shatter your expectations. Yeah. Uh-oh. So I feel like P gets a little bit unexpected news. And I feel like that is the thing. I've created this account. I've done this is that. And I feel like they're like, oh, wait a minute. I don't get to partake in that in physical. You're keeping that separate for your business. I thought that was going to come into our personal account or whatever, right? I thought it was going to be shared. Yeah. No. So there's going to be some shocking news in January. Breaking news, unexpected news. So that's what feels it starts off that way, right? But I do feel like they kind of feel a bit P feels a bit blindsided by these non-tangible changes and things that are, not in the physical world, like creating a bank account and um, emotional and mental stuff. They're feeling these changes and they're getting this news and they're like, what's going on here? Right. Which brings us, let's see what happens between the beginning and ending of January, because we're going to see some of that here. Yeah. The Ace of Wands. There is action being taken towards what? Towards going two different ways. Two of Swords energy. There is some heated arguments that come in here, but below the surface, we have the Sun card coming in. There's a lot of bright light that is shown on things. Things are becoming very clear by the end of January, and I do feel like there is, with that Ace of Wands, which is can be a fiery energy, and the Two of Swords can be conflict, on guard. Um, that it does feel like there is this here's that, mental separation that's happening more so. Again, I feel like that's a big thing in January, is a lot of thinking of things differently, thinking of things as separate, but the physical thing hasn't happened. But I feel like January is when this unexpected news, the breaking news happens. I feel like that's why we got these cards coming in here, which is, yep, here is the separation is being acted upon, at least in word and in non-tangibles. I still feel like they're still in the same house kind of energy. Uh, but I feel like that's when the big news breaks. Breaking news! Beginning of February. Yeah, we've got a lot of deceit with the Seven of Swords, the Devil card, a lot of shaking and rattling of long-held beliefs and expectations. The Seven of Swords feels like there's a lot of lying going on, telling people different stories. Um, I feel like that's coming more from P's side because of this trying to save face in a way and saying, "Oh, no, no, it's gonna be this way," and they're like, "No, it's not," you know? But they're saying, "Oh, no, no, this is what's happening." A lot of denial, but there's a lot of clarity that comes in. Saturn is there's a lot of work to be done at the beginning of February, where because Saturn is the big taskmaster. You do all this work, then you get the reward energy. And I feel like there's a lot of work that has to be done to get the freedom and to separate things. But that's why I feel like there's a lot of deceit and lying going on because um, one, because the news is getting out, the breaking news, and people are asking questions and, all that, trying to save face and stuff. But I definitely feel like there's a lot of mental things that have to be worked out in the beginning, but it does feel like that's where the work is done, the separation. It is the work card too. Capricorn rolls over the 10th house of work with the devil card. And so I feel like there's a lot of conflict and probably arguments as well around the work and the separation of the job kind of stuff. I feel is what hits first, um, or hits the biggest. It's the next biggest hit of things that is like huge to deal with. The other is emotional, blah blah blah. Yeah, regular drama, separating. What? You know. But then it's like, well, it's actually it feels like reality kicks in because then I feel like there's actual tangible things starting to happen with separation of business and different things. Leaving an office if they have a joint office or something like that. It's like there's this true separation of things and it's the reality starts to hit. if that makes sense. End of February. Yep. Happy, happy, joy, joy. And the Page of Cups. Yeah. So definitely there's this um, happiness that's coming in energy with, I feel like that's S, right? Let's see. I feel like we want to pull just a few more of these for P here. What's their energy? Just those two at the end of February. Because I feel like this Page of Cups and Ten of Cups feels more S's energy. Yeah, which makes sense. We got mind games with all that Seven of Swords. Emotional interactions involve control and manipulation. And then the real story. Uh-oh. The true story will come to light. So that's what comes out here, so this energy of the lies and deceit at the beginning, they're like dun, 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 but here's the real story. So the truth of things comes out, um and that doesn't make them look good or feel good, of course. But I feel like that is kind of what we have here for those updates there. um We do have a for the second donations, we do have a fortune cookie from the Fae Whispers fairy. So we'll take a look at that here. Well, all the lies that they're making up, about, oh, this is what they did, and this is, or it's like some of it is, "Oh, no, this," like in the beginning, "Oh, no, no, we're just kind of taking a break," or, "We're just kind of, evaluating what's going on." When the truth is, no, this has been this, is ended, you know? Um, and, "Oh, no, we're still doing our businesses together," and all this, and then, and, "Oh, they did this," after the truth comes out that they're breaking up, then they're saying, "Oh, yeah, they did this and they did that, and I broke up with them," and whatever, and they're like the truth comes out of, "Oh, no, that's not what happened." It's the truth of, "Oh, no, your businesses are separated. No, you guys, are no longer together, and they've moved out." Just all those kind of things. It's like all the little stuff that they've made up, both in denial and trying and outright lying to save face, um, goes out in that spotlight in the middle of the three-ring circus. Ta-da! Psh. Oh, but, people who know them are not surprised. All right, let's see what the fortune cookie brings in for this too. Yeah, we've got the pixie path. That's funny. What was this other one? Because it says, follow your own trail, let your heart guide your journey. Yeah, so I feel like this is the path of choosing themselves. It's almost looks similar with the cards that's coming in here. Yeah, so everyone's like, yeah, it's the same old, same old. Alrighty. This. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Interesting. Always an adventure, right? All righty. Jojo. Hello, hello. You are up for your second one here. And let me remove it off of here. You are very welcome. So I got that there. And you currently have a fever. You're in heat? Is that what you're saying? It is a full moon. Don't you usually get a fever around a full moon? Well, we'll send you some beautiful love energy to help whatever your higher self wants for your physical body. We send some love energy to you. All right. And then, so yeah, you got to have got to be involved in a television episode, right? So, we know, how did you affect the set yesterday? Let's take a look. And of course, thank you for your additional donation. Did I not? Nope. Let me give that a love and a like. See, falling down on the job. Can you put anything else here? Nope. All right. Get some rest. Rest well. So, how did you affect the set yesterday? Okay. There's three. I feel like I want these here too. Whoops. Smack. Did you smack a microphone? All right. All right. Oh, they want it like this. One, two, three. I get it now. All right. Sorry, they're moving stuff around. Things were moved around. So there was movement. You have the Knight of Cups, which is even movement of emotional energy coming in here. And so that's interesting. I like that. I feel like just your energy alone made it, because you can't choose for other people, but there is this energy of like that I made it a like um there's this make it easier for people to choose higher or lower vibrational energy, so Um, so I like that. I feel like you kind of changed the weather, the emotional weather with your presence, and that it felt like there was a change of how people normally feel and act and express their emotion. So I like that, just being underneath the surface. How did you affect the set? You brought in your Leo energy, your strength card, Leo energy. So I like that, that brightness, that sparkiness. The 5 of swords, you caused conflict. I'm just kidding. And the 10 of cups as well here. Brought some joy and celebration energy that's coming in here. So I like that. You've got the 5 of swords. What this is there's this it's not, what is this conflict energy? But it feels like you changed conflict energy. And again, I feel like just with your presence, with this joy, this 10 of cups energy, along with the strength card with that, Leo kind of energy that comes in, that there's this, you know, there was less conflict. That conflict was resolved in a way. And it was like energetically so much just there. And I feel like that's important to know that just your energy with all this Leo influence that you have in your birth chart, that your energy just does stuff, and you don't even have to, it's just you being you, it does it. So I love that. And then you have 1, 2, 3. The first one, you have the Queen of Pentacles. There was this specifically, there was this nurturing kind of mother figure that was around. Um And and with this Page of Pentacles here, there is that energy. You know that energy that you had where you were giving people this balancing energy? This wasn't conflicting though. They felt like you were very supportive, and it's like you almost helped them feel different about their worth in relationship to the outside world, right? No. You did break things? But I like this, that you had this energy of like, "Oh, wow," whoever this mother kind of figure, whether they were whatever position or whatever they were in, I feel like you said something to him that made him feel like, "Oh, wow, thank you." It's like, my host, when we ran a bunch of errands yesterday, we dropped off at the pharmacy, and she went in to do something, and she just said to this la there was a she said there was this older lady that was sitting there, and she kinda had this and she goes, "That color on you is amazing. That's beautiful." And she was like, her whole countenance changed to something else. And she was like, "Thank you. I actually chose this purposely today." And she goes, "Thank you." And I feel like that's the kind of energy. There's someone, kind of a motherly figure, that you saying something to them, even if you didn't, it was like, wow, right? So I like that. You also have the 3 of Wands, energy here, and I do feel like there was something here. What is this? Yeah, the power of choice energy. I feel like this is just reiterating that there was a lot of different things where with your energy and your power of choice that you chose higher vibration instead of lower vibration, it took things in a different direction. So when you're looking at the map of stuff because of your choices, we could have taken lower, lower, lower and ended up over here, or higher, higher, higher and ended up over here. And the difference in how the outcomes of the day, I feel like they just want to tell you that you affected your experience of the set by your emotional, mental, energetic, and physical choices. So it brought the experience and the outcome from a different place too. So I like this energy. And then you have the Hierophant. I don't know if there's some sort of teacher on set, someone it almost feels like teacher-student energy, but maybe it's a director, because the Hierophant is like the Emperor, but I feel like the how did you affect the director? The devil. Well, here's the work, doing the work, getting it done. I feel like you really were on it, with this Capricorn, Saturn energy, doing the work. Go, 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 go. Just a lot of, you were very you knew the task, you completed the task. From this director or whoever this leader's point of view is. So I feel like it's a positive, thing that came out, with them. They see it as good because they appreciate someone who knows what to do and gets it done. That's like they don't wanna have to take a lot of time, like, that you are really on point is what I feel from the whoever this director or leader energy is, um, and they were impressed, with that. They didn't have to give you very much direction, if that makes sense, but I feel like it impacted things because if the director's like, in this case, like, the director's happy, everybody's happy. If the director's not happy, no one's happy. So I feel like you impacted it in all these little different ways, coming in there. So hopefully that resonates there for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here, as well. You're like, "Good." Yay. Yeah, it's like a fairy tale, which says, "Live your story, let your life be a magical adventure." Yeah, it was fun. It was a magical adventure, right? So, I like that for you. Yay. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Rest well, take care of you. I know you know all the teas and herbs and everything, so I know you're doing all of your good stuff for your body. All right. So many blessings to you. Rest well. All right. So sorry that I mispronounced your name there. So my apologies. So it's like Sanja. All right. So your timestamp here, look at all these fives. My goodness. And thank you for your donation, the little cool sticker. I appreciate that. And then your question here. Uh, so you were right. Hey, I love hearing that. Spirit was on point. You have communication with Ivan again in December, as you said, and now you want to know, will our communication in future days, months be good, positive? Will I meet him in person? All right. And Aquarius. Hey, Aquarius. All right. Let's take a look here. Off to sleep. Night, night, Jojo. All right. So, based on current energies, will your communication be good and positive? Okay, so what's the communication going to be like? Going forward here. All right. So we've got here. We've got that. So that's one communication. Here's the second one, leading to a third one. All right. And then, will you meet him in person? Based on current energies. All right. Got that. 1, 2, 3. We'll see what that is. If that is a yes, then we will, of course, pull a when card for you. So we'll look at this here. Sure, you can still throw a donation in there if you would like, Kazi, as my stomach growls. We can definitely do that. So the bottom of the deck, we do have the Empress energy, which is about Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. So this underlying energy is, make sure to care for yourself, make sure you're nurturing you, taking time for you, not sacrificing you, but focusing on your needs and your energy as well. Let your heart come first, right? Is an important energy here. Your communication going forward, is it going to be positive? I feel like there's three important, because you got three sets of cards here. I feel like they represent three different conversations. One conversation, we have the Hermit energy, which this feels more, it's Virgo, energy, but it feels like that it is more of, like they do a lot of the talking and you kind of feel like, uh, almost like you're left out of the conversation. But what that means is, like, do you ever have people you talk to that you're like, "Hey, how are you?" And they're like, "Oh my god, da 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 and 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 da 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 and da 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 da." By the time they finish telling their story, they go, "Oh, I gotta go." And you're like, "Oh, all right. Well, good hearing about your life. Bye." You know? And that you it's like, did I even need to be here? And I feel like that's kind of one conversation that's there. And I feel like it's important because I feel like the conversation does get cut short. And so just know that they weren't meaning for that, but something unexpected pops up that they have to go, if that makes sense. The second conversation, yes, much more positive. You got the 3 of Cups, which is joy, 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 celebration, and King of Pentacles is an abundant energy. So it's more of a full, conversation, and feels from your perception much more abundant, much more fulfilling. You enjoy it a lot. Very, very happy, happy energy that's there. And then the third conversation you have, yeah, another 9 of Cups is of fulfillment of joy. Page of Swords is a lot of clarity comes in the third conversation. A lot of things that make you happy about, um, the communication, because it's heightened communication with the Page of Swords. So it feels like a nice long conversation where you guys just share a lot of stuff and a lot of good stuff. It makes you feel emotionally full here. So I like that. So I like that they wanted to tell you about the first one, so you're not like, "Oh god, this is how it's gonna go," and it's like, "No, that's just a one-off." The rest of them feel like they're good, healthy, full conversations where it's equal, and I like that. for you. Will you meet them in person? Let's see here. We got the Two of Swords. Still undecided. That's at a crossroads here. Let's see what else they'll tell us. Yeah, the Two of Pentacles at a crossroads. So there's just some decisions still to be made here. And the major arcana number 2, the High Priestess. So there's still some things to be revealed yet, with all these twos. That's why I said, if we get a yes, we'll pull a when card, but right now it's still undecided. There's still that, and whenever we get that kind of it's just like it's not important for us to know now, even though we feel it's very important to know that, right? But from spirit standpoint, for your adventure, the not knowing is part of your adventure of, "Will I meet him in person? I don't know." They're like, "Take it one step at a time. Take it one conversation at a time. Don't leap forward in trying to figure out, um, how everything is supposed to be and how everything is should be and needs to be and has to be, kind of energy. This is, trust the journey, take it a step at a time. Don't rush forward. I will get old, right? You're like, "Ugh." Because when we focus on the outcome, we actually push the outcome away. When we come into the moment and have gratitude for what is happening, then it draws in more and it speeds things up. When I'm focusing on want and need and fear, then I actually push it away and it takes longer to get there. So it actually kind of is counterintuitive in our life. It's the more I focus on what I'm grateful for in this moment, the faster and the more things grow. When I'm focusing on what's not happening in the right timing and what I want and what I need, that actually does quite the opposite. So that's funny. All right. Um, and then your fortune cookie, you get a your breakthrough is coming card here. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings into. All right. What else? All right. This one here. You have, yeah, be unstoppable. I like that. Move forward. Let's see what this is here. See, these are not in alpha. Oh, it's the last one. That's why. It's the last card in the book, anyway. So the core message is the only limit is the one you believe in. So I love that. Your key themes are limitless potential, that's what we talked about, inner power, mental barriers, drive, fierce commitment, and breakthrough energy. Your message is you are more powerful than you've been led to believe. The only thing that truly stands in your way is the belief that something can. This card is your rally cry, your inner roar, your reminder that your potential isn't defined by circumstance, it's fueled by conviction. Whatever you're facing, whatever you're dreaming of, know this: you are capable. Not because the road is easy, but because you've decided not to quit. You don't need perfect timing or guaranteed outcomes. You need belief that louder than doubt. You need belief that's louder than doubt and action that doesn't flinch. Be the force that doesn't back down. Be the one who keeps going. Be unstoppable. Your guidance says you may be brushing up against internal limits right now: fear, old stories, inherited beliefs. This card invites you to challenge every one of them and ask yourself, is this limit real or is it just familiar? When you choose to believe in yourself beyond the limits, you shatter them. The path doesn't require ease, it requires refusal. Refusal to stay stuck, to dim, to stop. You don't need to be fearless to be unstoppable. You just need to keep moving. Your journal prompts: what belief is currently limiting me and is actually true? Oh, and is it actually true? Which is no. Where have I already proven my power, and how can I draw from that now? And if I truly believed I was unstoppable, what would I do differently today? You have an empowerment practice which calls limit break. Write down one limiting belief that's been on repeat in your mind, then cross it out boldly and rewrite it with truth. I am unstoppable because dot dot dot. Say it out loud with conviction. Feel your energy rise with the new story. Your affirmation is I am a force of nature. I am limitless. I am unstoppable. And your final action step says take bold action today, not from fear, but from power. Send the pitch, say this, say the thing, take the step. Choose to move like someone who refuses to be stopped, because that's who you are. And that's how breakthroughs begin. Wow. What a powerful card. Do I need to cut him? Cut him. Don't cut him. Forever or be patient, dear brother. Well, there is no should here, right? I mean, it's what do you want? Um, and that's that whole thing with the storytelling and all that. It's you'll have great conversations and things, but there's an uncertain future, and you get to decide what you're wanting. I don't feel like there's fate. So it's really up to your power, especially with all those twos. This is your power of choice. You get to choose what it is that you want to do, you know, with that. So there's not a, you know, those are like your two choices that are going forward there. Um, going into different directions. So that's your power of choice that's coming in. Let me double check here. My host, I just want to make sure she's talking about the internet, but I don't think I think we're still live, aren't we? Okay, I just want to make sure she doesn't do anything here. All right. I just want to make sure that I am really still live. Well, I just got a comment, so we should still be live here. Okay. So that is what they have for you. So hopefully that makes sense that the power of choice, you had the high priestess, which is the number two, and then all those as well. Right. Yeah, I think I'm still live down here. Let me just tell her. I think it's her TV. All right. Sorry. I will focus back on readings here. I yeah, you can let's see. I think I just got another donation come in here from Michelle. Hey. Um you can make another donation and we'll see here. I'm probably gonna be need to be heading off here to go eat here because I'm almost at 4. I'll be back at 6. If you want to donate, um, I can take your question, you can be first up on my second session, but I do kinda need to start, shutting down here. Um, so you can do that, and then you can come back to the other one. Oh, they're working on it. So I might be kicked off here in a sec because she's on with our provider. So, if I suddenly get knocked off here, apologies, because it feels like they're working on the internet up there. Let me see here. I'm like, "Whoa, my gosh." Okay. So let me make sure here. I'm gonna capture everything in case I get booted off here. Um, I didn't get to all the free readings here. Let me see what I'm gonna do here. I'm sorry, I just got totally sidetracked with with the internet and all that, so I apologize. I normally don't do that, but since she was texting about the internet, which I'm on, I wanna make sure, things that don't happen here. So let me take a look here. Um, 'Cause I thought I saw here. Yes, Michelle Smith. Michelle, let me grab your question here. Thank you for your donation. I see that came in through the Cash App. So we have here that, and okay, good. So we are so far. But she said that the dude from Xfinity is working on it. Uh, so hopefully, I'm gonna tell her. I said, hopefully he won't reboot the server. All right. We will roll and flow with whatever happens. We can't control it, right? So let's take a look here. All right. Well, she says they're all set, so nothing happened and we're still live. So hallelujah. All right. So we'll do that. All right. Perfect. All right. So that is what they have for you, Sanja. So sorry. Is that like the relationship? It's like bringing in side distractions and stuff, but to just to finish up yours, that so it's about the power of choice. What do you wanna do? I don't feel like it's a fated relationship, but you can go different ways, in, going those directions too. So, you are very welcome. All right. Um, in June, is that for another question or was that a tip? Just wanna make sure here. All right, so we're good there. All right, I think we are on here. All right. So, Sanja, if you're still here and you want to make another donation for another one, please feel free to do so here. Um, I just might not get to these other free readings, which is okay. I have to be okay with that. Maybe I'll save them and make them complete them this evening, is what I may do. Because my energy's starting to, because I know I need to go eat in a little bit, but I'll finish up these last of these donations. And then, that's what I'll do here for this evening. For we have Delcy, Joy, Faith and Love, Wendy, MM, Maria P, Sudeshna, uh, Jagri, Duta. I'm probably totally murdering that name. And then Kazi. If you want to make a donation, Kazi, you still can. Otherwise, I'll push your free reading back to this evening session, which once I finish donations tonight and I start free readings, I'll grab the free readings from this morning. I'll try that out and see how that works for today. All right. So, yeah, that sounds good. All right. So, Michelle Smith, hello, hello. Thank you so much for your donation. Hopefully, you got your reading last night as well. I didn't see a question, so I gave you a general last night. So, uh, you know, hopefully that resonated there for you. And thank you again for your donation with this one as well. So, we're going to know, what are Hugh's feelings towards you at the moment? All right, let's see what we got here. Oh, you're welcome, Faith and Love. Thank you for hanging out for this time and going, oh, my question. And if you want to ask another one tonight, if you go live, I will do both. All right. So, what are Hugh's feelings towards you at the moment, Michelle? Got this here. Got this here. Got these here. And then this here to here. All right. Let's see what we have here. I'm just going to take a quick sip here. At the bottom of the deck, we do have the Eight of Wands. That's a lot of passion, attraction, like physical, energetic attraction energy that's here underneath the surface. So there's a lot of that attraction energy. You want to know about feelings, but feelings, this is not feelings. This is more not emotion, but motion, action, and again, attraction energy, but not, the love energy. This card, right, for the Eight of Wands, but there's a lot of passion below the surface. Pardon me, hold on a sec. Had a frog in my throat coming up. All right, there we go. So, but the emotions, how they feel about you. Do you have the Star card, which is a little bit of a balanced Aquarius energy? Like, their emotions, you may not know them because they keep them in those containers like an Aquarius does. But there is also this little dreamy kind of energy. Let's see what's next to that here too. The King of Wands. So there's still, there is this um trying to decide what I want. With this, here's that fire energy again with the wands, but it's like they're trying to decide how they feel, what do they want to do, how do they want to present it, and as soon as they decide what they want, then they make a plan, then they take action. But I feel like they're kind of in this, I don't know what I want to do kind of, place. um I feel like they're getting out of their head, and they're trying to connect with their heart to find out what their heart wants, but that could be where the problem is. Not in how they feel about you, but that, they're used to sharing their emotions or share the expressions through the physical, through that the wands energy, right? The passion, the action, but the emotional share, I don't feel like they have a whole lot of emotional awareness about their self-love. So they can't give a whole lot of through that. And I feel like that's what they're trying to access, their heart, and their heart is, it's not like it's offline, but um it's like, I don't know why they're so well, they're trying to find it, and they're like, where is it? It's so small. It's like trying to hit a fly, with a slingshot. It's like, good luck. But I feel like they're trying to access it to understand what they want, which I like that energy. And then at least they're trying, right? Let's see, these three cards came out together. You do have the Justice card. So they are trying to seek clarity, trying to understand how they feel, what they're thinking, and then this is that with, like, with the King of Wands too, like I said, trying to get out of their head, try and get out of the expectations of what's supposed to be and should be and need to be, and they're trying to find out what it is they want, with that there. We also have the Hermit, yeah. So they are this very independent person, kind of an introverted energy. And they have the 5 of Wands energy, all this Wands energy they have here, but this is I just feel like this combination of all these 3 in the middle, it kind of feels like they're concerned about what conflict would come out with friends, and that makes sense with all this of, you know, they feel like people want him to be a certain way, maybe even including you, you want it to be a certain way, all their friends, their family, they all want something. This is what everyone's expecting of me, and I'm afraid to cause conflict. I'm afraid. And I feel like the kind of if it came down to fight or flight, they would flee with this hermit card because they would want to like run away from conflict than face conflict. So they try to avoid conflict. And that's why there is this trying to figure things out, trying to get rid of all this. What does everyone else think? And try to figure out what I want to do with this kind of energy. What else do we have here? Yeah, the devil card. This trying the shaking and the rattling, letting go of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. Again, all that mental energy that they're trying to get past. And the Two of Swords. Yeah, this is the battle between the head and the heart, which very much was everything we were talking about here, where their heart, which is hiding, wants to be expressed, but the mind has been such a bully trying to keep it from being expressed in the past that it's having a hard time. Um, I do like that it feels like a calm reflection that they're doing, trying to, see things from like a different perspective, something more true to their authentic self, trying to find love um, within them so they can both give and receive love. Because we can't give more love than we have for ourselves, nor receive more love than we have for ourselves. So I feel like they're really wanting to focus in that. So that um, is kind of where they stand here. They do have a lot of passion. They do have desire to figure it out. They are taking some action, but I don't feel like they're in a rush either. So you're like, yeah, I get it. Um, so let's see what your fortune cookie brings. And this is the Your Breakthrough is Coming deck, which is an amazing deck. So let's see what else they bring in here for you. Okay. Be louder than doubt. I like that. So the core message is your belief should be the boldest voice. The key themes are self belief, confidence, inner voice, overcoming fear, mental strength, and empowerment. The message is doubt will whisper, it will question, compare, second guess. That's its nature. But your belief must roar. You don't need to silence every doubt to move forward. You just need to make sure your faith in yourself speaks louder. This card is your reminder that self doubt isn't a stop sign, it's just background noise. You are allowed to move, speak, and rise anyway. Let your vision, not your fear, take the lead. Let the voice that says, I can, drown out the one that says, what if I can't? You are your own amplifier. Turn yourself up. The guidance says if you're hesitating because your inner critic is loud, you're not alone. That voice may sound convincing, but it isn't truth. It's habit, and it's often louder just before a breakthrough. So, this card invites you to shift the focus, feed the voice of belief until it becomes your default setting. You don't need to be completely confident to act. You just need to back yourself harder than the voice of fear ever could. Your journaling prompts are: what is doubt trying to protect me from? And is it actually helping? What would it sound like if my belief were louder than my fear? And what has self belief helped me accomplish before? There's an empowerment practice called the inner voice rehearsal. It says, stand in front of a mirror and say aloud one bold belief about yourself. I am ready. I am capable. I was made for this. Repeat it until it feels real. And anytime doubt creeps in today, return to that statement out loud if you can. Your affirmation is: my belief in myself is louder than my fear, stronger than doubt, and rooted in truth. And your last action step says, write down one belief that supports your next bold step and say it every time a doubt arises. Then take that step. Let your belief be the voice that leads the way. Wow. I like that for you. So be louder than doubt. Beautiful. All right. So thank you again, Michelle, for your donation. Many blessings to you. Very grateful. See, I think that was it over there. All right. Let me just. All right. So we have June up next for your number 3. Thank you so much for your multiple donations today. There it is. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I know, for the jaw-dropping reading. Dun, dun, dun. So the follow-up: what is the catalyst in the outside world that causes the final separation? All right. Let's take a sip here. All right, let's turn that off. It's becoming way too hot. There's only like this much tea in there. It's like probably boiling. All right. It's boiling over. That's a message in itself. It's too hot, too much fire. It's being shut down. So what's the catalyst in the outside world that causes the final separation? Like the breaking news in January? All right. I like this one too. What's this one? Okay. Well, just to confirm, we know it. We got the Hermit. There's the underlying energy. They're just confirming this is about separation, physical separation, energy, because that's what you said, even, right? The final separation, the physical separation. So let's see here. We got the Two of Wands next to the Three of Wands. Interesting. It's as if they're saying that there's not like a catalyst in the outside world that suddenly goes, "That's it, we're done." This Two of Wands is a planning, and the Three of Wands is the change of direction. And I feel like someone's been planning the separation for a while, silently, maybe subconsciously at first, and then quietly, and then it's been making its way out. So I feel like the catalyst has been the culmination of everything that brought him up to a breaking point before this breakthrough, right? Um, did we talk about something happening before? There was like something that triggered, and this feels like it goes further back. And it was like, it's almost like it's like the feathers that break the camel's back. there's been all these feathers that has been added up over time, over time, over time, over time, over time, and it's not one thing that suddenly, um, it's like, "Why is my back starting to feel sore?" You know, like the camel, "Why is my back starting to feel a little sore?" It's like it's not like it's suddenly out of nowhere a giant boulder hits and it cracks the, camel in half. It's like things that have been building up for a while, steady, steady, steady building, that at some point it became this thing in between, right? Yeah. I feel like they've been planning it for a while, like knowing that it's coming, knowing that yeah, this is going to be coming. I know this isn't what I want. And I feel like it started, knowing it in here and then in here. And then the more that things have been happening, I feel like they are moving in this, they're in this direction. They're like, yeah, I know this isn't, it's like when you fool in yourself, but you know it. It's like, I know, but when we're ready for it, then that's when, okay. But I feel like but it's not like been like a plan that they put in their planner, it's like thinking about how would this happen, especially after fights, especially after those belittling comments that, P makes and says things and stuff, and it's like, especially after seeing K. But a bunk, they're like, well, um what's my it's almost like you're in a place that you don't wanna be and you're looking at for the exits, and I feel like they've been looking for the exits for a while, not going like, "I'm gonna take them when I see them," but I just wanna know where they're at. That's feels more right, right? I just wanna know where the exits are at, so when I'm ready to take it, I can run kind of energy. But still, I can see what you're saying, and because 'cause they're like, they wanted all that there to go, what makes them flip the switch to go, "Alright, everything's been here. Everything's been, um, you know, flip the switch. When do I flip the switch?" When, it's like having the everything loaded into the computer, but when do you activate it, right? Let's see if there's anything there here too. Um, we have the 10 of wands with the 4 of pentacles. There's something going on at home. Again, we had the 4 pentacles earlier. They're saying that this is parents' home. There's something that goes on at the parents' home here with the 10 of wands. There's something that is like it becomes a burden. There's something going on. And let's see what more it is, because I feel like her parents need her back at home for something, and that causes a big kind of altercation because P goes with, and then P does something uh, even beyond the norm that causes arguments and a lot of stuff that bust out between people. I wonder if K shows up. Ah, ha, ha, here it comes. Wait, did you even say spot on reflection always occurs after seeing K? And I feel like, because I feel like, if is it someone that's sick or that they need to like S needs to go home, not because it's like like someone's dying or anything. It's not like that, but it's like someone's sick, someone's surgery. She goes, "Look, we need. Can I just? Could you come and just hang out and just to keep an eye on them? Like maybe someone has post surgery and so they need to go there." And then well, P goes, "Well, you're not going alone. I'm going with you." And then K shows up, and I feel like that's where, what could that be beyond the norm? I see, like, fighting, like, um, getting in someone's face and yelling and maybe I don't feel like fist fighting, but I feel like shoving or whatever, like, they do something where they're like they kind of say something to K, do something like that, right? And they're just like, "Oh my god," or accusations and, just in front of the family. Does P get into S's face, mom's face? K's face. K's face. Definitely not mom's. 'Cause, um because I feel like K is there and they're in there talking and P comes out of from out of a hallway or something and sees them and just, "What are you doing here?" And they're like, "That's none of your business." I don't feel K puts up with anything from P. They're just like, I don't think it's really any of your business." Well, you're talking to my, you know, I wanted to say wife, but, "You were talking to," and I feel like they even say that, "You're talking to my wife," and they're like, "They're not your wife. They wouldn't marry you." So I don't feel like, it's just P, just blowing up out of nowhere. I feel like K is like, "Boop." They know exactly what to say. "Boop." Not that that's, like, the kind of person that K normally is, but I feel like they just feel it's called for in the moment. Wow. Let's see what else unfolds here too. Yeah, the 4 of Wands, the 6 of Pentacles. Yeah, we've got this joyful celebration and gathering, this equal giving and receiving energy that's coming in here. Um, what's interesting that I just said, they wouldn't marry you. And here's the 4 of Wands, kind of thing. I feel like that comment brings up things and I feel like that kind of creates this kind of situation of you wouldn't marry me, not in front of everyone, but I feel like this is a conversation they have, and she's like, no, I wouldn't, and maybe that's something a tall tale thing to say, right? Oh God. Well, I feel like it happens in January. Let's see here. I'll pull another card for that real quick here, but yeah, we got the 6 of Swords and the Magician. It's about and that's what brings the action of movement. That, this inspires this because I feel like they're realizing, yeah, they're right. This isn't I wouldn't and this isn't forever. Why are we doing this? And I feel like it brings up that conversation and I feel like that's when the switch gets flipped, when the flip gets switched. That's funny. Let's see here. When does this happen? I feel like this is January because that's when that happens, but let's take a look here. When does this event happen? Does it, this energy? Yeah, it doesn't it's not Christmas. We've got February 20th to March 20th, but that's not right. Because this happens in January. Um, yeah. So I don't feel like this happens over Christmas because it feels like another thing in January. Because it I feel like it definitely adds to it because I feel like when K is there at Christmas and P is there, they're watching them and they're watching interactions with everyone, and they're like, it just, "Grr," it's that growl in the inside that's coming in. But I feel like it's another one in January because they We just were together at Christmas, and now here we are again, and they're like, "How often are they here?" The suspicion and mistrust grows like a sands through the hourglass. So are the days of our life, right? All right. So I know, I know. Interesting, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's no. Yeah. That's amazing. Yeah, we've got gnomish wisdom for the fortune cookie. Find balance in your life. Trust the steady wisdom of the earth. I like that. Finding balance. Yeah, and this my life is too out of balance with, when they're together, and so they're trying to find that balance. It's interesting, I don't know why, something about a garden gnome coming in here because 'cause I'm like, "What is this about the garden gnome?" I don't know. Um, if I could do it this evening, I am been on 5 hours, and I do need to go eat. But if you wanna ask it, you can donate now and ask it, and I'll make it the first one I do this evening, if that would work for you there. And I appreciate you asking, because I haven't eaten yet today, and it's 4 o'clock, so I'm gonna go eat here in a minute after I finish, Sanja or Sanya. But if you wanna donate now and put it, then I'll make you up first this evening. Okay, perfect. Appreciate that. All right. So, Sanja, let me grab here your time stamp. Here's number 2. Thank you for your dual donations. And your question is, who will be your future partner and can we describe them? Oh, right. Yeah, you're Aquarius. All right. All right. I might be back. It was like right at that moment. Uh, okay. Thank you, June. I do see your 2 donations did go through. So that is good. um, yeah, the internet went totally out. It went everything went away. So, yeah, my host just said she wants to get a new internet company because it's after last weekend with everything happening. Oh, and now this today, they're just like, yeah, we need to find someone more more aligned and online. So, and you can post it in the next live June, or if you want to email me too at brettazen@gmail.com. My email address is down in the description box. Um, so I can do that. All right. So before it goes out again, hopefully it was just a one-time fluke. It was working great before. Maybe something just happened somewhere. Um, but so Sanja, I'm gonna repost this here. Or maybe you're not supposed to know. So this is the real one here. Let's see, is it gonna let me delete this? Love that it let me come back in to the same session and everything. All right. So, Sanja, your question had to do with your future partner. Describe them, right? So let's take a look here. That was weird. I did see 2 donations there, June, but now are they gone? What happened to them? Or maybe I need to reboot this here. Oh, it is over here. So sorry. Let me I need to repop out the chat. That is why. Okay, now I see him. Craziness, craziness, craziness. I tell you what. But I'm so glad that we have the abilities, right? All right. Sorry, Sanja. So, um, okay, that is the one. Okay, sorry. Just want to make sure I did it right. So sorry for all the interruptions today. All right. So let's focus in here, Sanjan. We wanted to find out first here. Do you have a fated person, or or is it depending on what you choose in life, who you end up with? So first of all, let's ask that here. We're back on track. um, you have the Page of Pentacles, and the Page of Pentacles has to do with new opportunities that open up in the future. So that's not like a faded energy for me. So it depends on, we're going to look at, and I feel like it's pretty consistent with like where you're headed in life. You'll end up with this person. You'd have to make like a significant life change to end up with a different person. But I feel like you have multiple possibilities, but really you're kind of right in smack in the middle. You'd have to make significant, like I said, different choices to end up going a different direction. So I feel like this is going to be pretty uh, high possibility of who you end up with here. So let's find out, what can we know about the person here? Okay, we got this and this and this and this and this. All right. The energy on the bottom of the deck for them is the Tower card. Tower card energy. This is um, um, like Scorpio type of Pluto energy. So it is someone that, very deep, which is what you need as an Aquarius, right? You need someone who's deep thinking, sees things differently, isn't shallow, very deep energy, right? It's someone very unexpected, which again, as Aquarians, I'm Aquarius sun too. We appreciate bizarre, different, abnormal, not the same, someone that just fits in, that like there's thousands of them. We like unique, right? So it is someone that is unique that matches that kind of energy. Three of Pentacles, yeah, very true to their authentic self. Creative energy. So I like that. It is someone who I don't feel like it's someone you know now. Um, or someone that's in your life now. We'll find out here if they'll tell us anything about, is it someone new or not. Um, but very creative, very true to themselves, and maybe someone who is like an artist of some sort, music, paint, sculpture, a creative kind of. I feel like creativity is their life, and so I feel like that's their job too. Around that. And we've got the Knight of Pentacles, someone who's slow and moving, someone who's patient. They don't rush into things. They like things to unfold because they have a belief something slowly built lasts a long time. Something quickly built falls apart fast, right? The tower. So they like to build things slowly. Um, the Ace of Cups, it is someone new. I was pointing at this card when I was like, is it going to be someone you know, or someone brand new? Someone brand new with the Ace of Cups. You don't know them at all yet. The ace is being the one, the first card is someone brand new. If I got like that's why I wanted it, because they had the page. If I got a page over here, then I'd be like, it could be someone coming back, or someone that's a friend that goes to a new level, but this is someone brand spanking new. And if I had any doubt, the Ace of Swords too. So Ace of Cups, Ace of Swords, no one you've talked to before, no one that you've been in love with before or known before. Yeah, and we have the moon energy coming in here too, which when we're talking about, when I was talking about, with the Tower card, being like Scorpio water energy, you got the moon card, which is Cancer moon. So they definitely are a water sign, a ton of water in their chart. If they're not a water sign, they've got a ton of water in their chart, like a water moon or water trines and not what trines, um, yeah, grand trines and different things in there that have a lot of deep emotional energy that comes in there. Um, so I like that. For I feel like that's the little tidbits that they would give that for you. They will give you little things. It's like a scavenger hunt. They don't want to give you everything and ruin the fun. Why would they want to do that? But I feel like that's the kind of energy they want you to be aware of for the future. So enjoy that. And then your fortune cookie here is the herbal portion. Oh, wow. I love that. Beautiful energies. It says, create and heal. Your magic is potent. So I like that. And I don't know if you have a creative streak in you that you would like to do that. That might be something to pursue because I feel like in following that and creating that for yourself, that you actually, that's where you can meet. If they're a creative person, if you're doing something creative, like, I want to learn how to paint. And so you go and you bump into someone who's a painter and then sparks, right? Maybe private lessons. Wink, wink. No, I'm just kidding. All right. So that's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your multiple donations. And thank you guys again for all your patience. I am going to head off. I will complete the free readings that I did not get to in this morning session. I'll add you guys to be first on the list tonight. We'll see how that works out, if that's something that I would want to do in the future. I just, we ran out of time and I do need to go eat because in about an hour, right? It's 4. In about an hour, well, I'll be back on in 2 hours. So I want to rest up a little bit before we jump into another long session this evening. So thanks for the thumbs up, all the love and support. If you haven't gotten in to the giveaway that's coming up, I have a giveaway every new and full moon. At least I have for this last quarter. We'll see if I continue it into 2026. But the new moon drawings on December 19th, where you can win a 30-minute personal recorded reading or a hedge of peace and love, if you want to check that out. If you're interested in a personal reading, they all are on sale right now at almost like half off. They're on special between now and the end of the year. If you want to check those out, all this information's down in the description box of the video too. And if you haven't checked out my podcast, The Easier Path, that's also available here. So this is the newest one that just came out, but the playlist is in the description box of the video if you want to check it. So that's what we have. Like I said, I'll be back in less than 2 hours. So until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your lives, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. Sometimes again, much love. Hang in there. Enjoy your wonderful weekend day and have some fun. Why are we being so serious in this world, right? Let's go have some fun. All right. Much love. Thanks, guys, again for all your patience with all that outage and all the distractions. I normally don't do that. So I love you. We'll see you. I got to eat.